Check out. Oh my gosh. My guy ain't reacting. Now? Now I am. Look at me bounce. No lizard today, chat. No, you don't get lizard. Brian is still his fault. No lizard. You get no lizard. We just get the void. Hello, it is I Orpheon. I present the void. There he is, the tomboy senpai Shadley. Hi, hey that way. Hi, Brian. How's everybody doing? I'm setting up things over here. Really? Oh my gosh, Mewtwo. Hey, Samus, it's me, Mackenzie. I know you just started, but I wanted to let you know, Samus, that I'll be with my boyfriend Tokavi on vacation, but I'll be thinking of you. Mewtwo, I'm pretty sure you've not played the game, but I love the fact that you've been able to make all of these bits and all of these. Everybody in Beyond was like Armstrong X Samus, when in reality we needed Tokavi X Mackenzie all along. um, you've not played Prime 4. You're missing out. You're missing out on peak. That way you could that bait is so obvious that way that if they fell for it, I could not be angry at you for throwing it in the first place. Oh, who's that? Well, you see, this is the lizard. That's why she's not on the big screen. She's here with me. Yes, I am the Samus fan club president. Not the fucking Nora, the bitch Nora love Mac. That's the best one. I'm taking a screenshot of that one. It's me. Mackenzie's #1 fan. You know what's the worst part? I don't really hate Mackenzie. I really kind of like him. In like the what he if he were well better written and it's only Mackenzie and then he call me all over the time. I think that like if there's one navigator character, either Nora, Mackenzie, or View. The two humans is just because they're the most green, so it kind of would make more sense for them to stay in base camp and maybe like grow from seeing Samus do her shtick, um, and what have you. With especially Mackenzie being able to offer more. Like I was really expecting that because this guy is an engineer when he was, ostensibly calling me, with as well as the other troopers that they would have used him to just exposition, like whatever techno jargon data thing that the Lamore machines were doing or whatever. Fear mongering about Mackenzie, he isn't even the top 5 problems of the game. Agreed. The top 5 problems with the game is that the problem is not Mackenzie, is what they chose Mackenzie to, what role they wanted to give Mackenzie. Because I'm pretty sure if it were Duke, it were Nora, it were Tokabi talking, where taking Mackenzie's slot, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm waiting for my girl. I'll be gone for the next 2 days, so have fun, Tombo. Well, have fun, you too, Mewtwo. Thank you for the bits, anyways. Really appreciate them. Oh, if you do see burps, please let me know. Honestly, I don't even think the desert itself is top 5. Like, it isn't Mackenzie's fault that the devs gave him a telephone. No, and I'm with you. I don't even feel that the problem with Soul Valley is the existence of Soul Valley. It's just like how disjointed it makes everything else feels because you have to go through Soul Valley. Lamorne are secretly evil plotline. Interesting. We were playing something like this the other day. I kept forgetting. There was a I was playing another game when it turned out that the benevolent race that we're supposedly helping and fighting for was like evil and stuff. But I kind of forgot. What was it? Oh wait, I remembered. It was this. Uh, look, it's Mackenzie's. He needs to screen ban, but that's on the parents. Yeah, pretty sure I said this 2 times. But even if Metroid Prime 4 wasn't a Metroid game, it would still be a messy game. I think that the fact is that uh, Dusty. One thing I've been pondering in terms of shower thoughts. Uh, which is why I like the fact that I'm taking my time writing this long ass eternal review. Then I'll go and reread and then probably edit out some stuff. But you know, I'd rather put all my ideas on the table and then pick and choose. But if you were to grab Metroid Prime 4 and remove all the things that make it a quote Metroid game, you know, no Samus, no Silux, no Federation, you replace these with new IP characters made by Nintendo, and it's like the Adventures of Wumpertent. You play as Wumpertent, and he's got to go fight Gunstanza, and the Lamorne can still be there because I wouldn't really inherently call those, you know, previous Metroid things. But if you were playing, you know, Wumpertent's adventure, would it remind you more of like a traditional shooter Halo experience or a Metroid experience? And I think that's where it matters because you gotta have to apply that same logic to most of the other Metroid games, and I feel like that's perhaps one of the reasons why Other M got those criticisms back in the day about it not feeling like a Metroid game, if you may. You thinking of criticizing Prime 4 in its own bubble? Yeah, because if not, I think it's kind of like more of a comparison rather than a criticism. Like I might bring up the other games towards the end to just explain what it is, but I feel that the problems with Beyond do exist in a bubble that if it weren't tied to the Metroid universe, it's still like kind of like whatever ish. Kept forgetting. Would you say that you've stopped recollecting? No, but I've done infinite recollections about how this game could have been with what is in the game and in terms of the story that could have been salvaged in a way more interesting way than whatever safety net they decided to go with this MCU style cinematography and script writing. That, you know, it made me wanna relive this game. I also need to do a Dread mode run. Didn't I already start a run on a previous stream? No, I'm just gonna start a new one. Who gives a shit anyways? It wouldn't be an Orpheon stream. Also, chat, I wouldn't mind like playing Final Fantasy 14. In case you want to see the lizard do her things. But if not, I was fine with this. I still wish there was a way I could skip the recap intro of Dread. It's the one thing. Like the Japanese version of Fusion, you could just skip this, but I don't know why they ever decided to bring it back. I love these graphics. I love these visuals so much. I love this style of storytelling for recaps and or important scenes that happened in the past. I would really love to emphasize that this is the way you do it. But you know, I still would want to be able to skip it for the amount of times I like playing this game. Well, just know that you will lose your Metroid fan license and have it revoked if you make the video. Oh, I already have it revoked a while back, so there's nothing for me to lose. There's only things for me to gain. You know, if you took the Metroid out of the game and it was another IP, it would feel like one of those save Metroid homages that don't have the sauce, but it 3D. Like 3D Axiom Verge. I think like that's a disrespect to Axiom Verge though, because the Axiom Verge does do a lot of little pillars that define the Metroidvania genre. That the main issue with Beyond is that it doesn't really follow them. So like it makes it feel like the Metroid things are the supplemental aspect, like the third layer to what's, let's be honest, a typical AAA action shooter. Yeah, I said no more leisure. Or if you want Brain, there can be just way more laser. And I stream 14. We play a little bit of Dread, and then I swap to 14, and then you get to see the laser. Began playing Other M a few weeks ago, and why do the cutscenes feel more realistic than Prime 4 despite the less good graphics? It's something about the camera shots and how our characters move feel more real. Precisely. It's the cinematography, and it's the animation and performances on characters that allow you to... So, like, the cinematography and the animation are complementing what's happening on the screen and on the story to just emphasize the feelings and emotions the characters might be feeling, or I guess having, at a particular time, and heighten any moments and stuff that really are honestly really well. I love the cinematography of Other M. And the editing and stuff like that. And I love how a lot of that translated to Dread in the good way. But I know what you're saying, and it's the main thing I was criticizing Beyond, and it's why I call it an MCU movie, because they rely a lot on just medium shots and the awkward medium close-ups and two shots of characters talking to each other when there isn't quite the same amount of movement or play with camera or characters in the Other M that really just feel more cinematic, ironically. Honestly, one of the things I'll give to Delphox comparing Prime 4 to other Metroid games is probably not proper way to criticizing the game, even if it's worse than its predecessors. Agreed, which is why I'm reviewing it in a vacuum, in a bubble. Like, my review isn't like Prime 1 good, Prime 4 bad. It's more like Prime 4 boring, Prime 4 not Metroid. But I'm talking about it in its own criticism. And the only thing I have on the script in my 25 pages that is not regarding Prime 4 is me talking about Kamen Rider to just use another example to demonstrate where the type of body language might come from, or inspirations for it. The show don't tell type of stuff. I don't really like Axiom Verge. To be fair, the structure of Axiom Verge is definitely more Metroidvania than Prime 4. Yeah. So like I'm not going to compare it to the other Metroid games. I feel like when I bring up the previous Metroid games, it's more towards the end to explain the things that I was explaining are missing in Beyond, like the verticality, the world design, or just cutting away to previous moments that do that, but not really just be the focus of the video. I'm reviewing Prime 4 as if, like, there you go. The problem is that, like Deadway is saying, and I agree, it's begging to be compared to both Corruption and Prime 1 with how obsessive it is at retreading their DNAs into its story, that I don't feel it ever has a chance to embrace any of its new ideas. Hold on, this piece of animation is one of my favorites. This little grab the arm cannon, oh, so good. And then she adjusts her weight. Very confused, very perplexed. Wait a minute. Notice there's a lot of modern games just don't feel right, especially compared to games from the early 2010s. Because AAA, when I say AAA, talk about like the new format that's become popular in AAA games. They're trying to do it as quickly and as bombastic as they can, and a lot of that is trying to copy summer blockbuster type of modern films. When I feel that before we were just using cinematography in a way to enhance the story because we didn't have the same technology to do crazy animations or cutscenes or voice acting or like a lot of the budget goes into motion capture and the way this character moves and stuff like that, rather than like, all right, we're doing this camera technology that alongside our shaders and lighting work really well, you know? This choreography, man. He's a big ass burb. Yeah, that close up on Samus's helmet says a lot. No. Say the line. Samus, I am your father. Squawk! Even if Prime 4 were considered on its own without being evaluated as a Metroid game, the game still sucks. Because the game is still built around giving you a ton of abilities that you barely use. The items are designed for another game. Yeah, that's... What I'm trying to, like, at least capitulate is that it's not a Metroid game. And then after it's not a Metroid game, that a lot of the decisions lead to sort of boring idle time. Motion capture really does feel like a cold trip, despite movements technically being more real. They feel very fake. Yeah, because for those who don't know, there's these things called the 10 principles of animation. I think it was 10 or 12. Let me see. Somebody take away my animator license. 12. All right, yeah. There's the 12 principles of animation, and these are just like your general rules of how you can make animation seem more believable and interesting, but not necessarily realistically, but that it feels. It's more about the feel that comes with animation. And motion capture, and just you can use motion capture, but our bodies are not meant to, and the motions that we can provide to cater for animation in the way that the 12 principles might make it a lot more engaging to look. We don't exaggerate as much, or we don't have a lot of anticipation in our movements or staging and stuff like that. So you could still have motion capture, but the thing is that you need to go back to your motion capture and like push the poses, push the frames to make it more dynamic and cater to the camera and like exaggerate a little bit, so that a lot of people just use the motion capture, make sure that it's not really buggy, and then call it a day. When a good game that uses motion capture, like say Monster Hunter or Devil May Cry, are using the motion capture as a reference or a starting point, but they still go out of their way to exaggerate the frames and stuff like that. And I feel that like with games made a lot and they're catering to that AAA more cinematic movie-esque way, they're just using it more for a cheapness, because it's way easier to, and way cheaper to animate the character. Like Beyond's animation, money-wise, are way cheaper to produce than the ones we got in Dread, which is part of the reason I will always obsess over the way things move and behave and perform in Dread. Because like you can even see like this guy is in the background, right? But you can see like him tossing the thing, jumping on it, you know, and using it as a pull lever thing and all this. So and so like I feel like they don't really just exaggerate a little bit more to and use the camera to create interesting shots that just cater to the story. I kind of wonder if Metroid has some tokusatsu influence as well. Is it the thing? Well, I would say that Metroid, like, you know, I would argue that Metroid does have like some level of inspiration from the tokusatsu genre, just from the fact that the game is like a space. Tokusatsu is a lot about sci-fi and action and horror, which are already like the main genres that surround a Metroid game, if you may. But then you add the fact that it's very show don't tell, actions speak louder than words. And I know the irony of saying this before we go into Bleep Blub Adam going, Raven Beak is so hot and so cool, is oh my gosh. I also love this power suit so much. Like, I love it so much. But yeah, there's a lot of it that you can feel by the performances that Samus has, even in the Prime games. And those games were made on the West, where Tokusatsu isn't that popular. But because of the animators from the retro staff used to work at ILM, and, you know, they do a lot of animations and special effects over there. They use those principles of animations on Samus to just convey more of her emotions in the sequels to Prime. Or it makes me kind of like surprised that Beyond decided to just copy the stiff, awkward body language of the original game, rather than embracing the more character-driven cinematography and staging and animations that Echoes and Corruption brought. Especially since, like, I would say that Corruption is its most comparable peer when it comes to the game design. You know, it's more action-oriented. Yeah, ILM, if I'm not mistaken. I might be, but the original staff of Retro, or at Retro, back, you know, this was, you know, 2002. Were mostly comprised not of video game developers, but ex-ILM animators and stuff like that. Which is why I want to say that it makes a lot of sense with the amount of level of dedication to the art in the pre-production and diorama-esque maps that they build, because it's kind of like their bread and butter from, you know, making maquettes or whatever. I might be mistaken though. Don't take my word for face value. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then forward and back, and then one Emmy forward. This like the presentation of these. The Emmys are even very tokusatsu anime. And it's the way the horror is staged. I even feel that, like, with what Beyond has, you could have used that to lean into the psychological horror. And that might have made the and that might have even catered to the animations, because now you're just playing more about the mind, and with, like, you could sort of excuse that the stiff animations comes from the fact that Samus isn't mentally okay, and you never really question it until, like, the very end of the game or something along those lines. Similar to how in Dread you could more or less estimate that the angeriness of Samus in this game comes more because of the Metro DNA rather than her. But I digress. I hope that no matter what with my Beyond video, that it's at least entertaining to watch and like engaging, whether you enjoy the game or not, and that, like, you know, you can still enjoy the game even if I don't.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Gabe.
I don't hear shit.
Who allowed you in here?
Hello?
Hi.
There we go, now I hear shit.
It's not on my end.
What are we doing today?
Huh?
So what are we doing today?
Well, I started the stream with Metroid Bread because
Nice.
I just wanna feel the horror again, and I haven't played Dread in a while, and I thought that it'd be great to do either the joke of Beyond Heart mode or Dread mode.
Obviously Dread mode.
I think that would be the case, but you never know. I just love these animations. So how many Kamen Riders, except the Legend Gimmick Riders, can beat the Emmy, and possibly even Ravenbeak himself? I know that well, none of them are probably beating the X-Parasite still.
Probably a good amount of them, like the vast majority will be able to.
Emmys, maybe. Ravenbeak, no way.
Ravenbeak will be either 2 or 3 of them at most.
No, I think Ravenbeak beats them all, dude. He beats.
I don't know, even like the cheating ones like X8 or Gates.
Dude, he can turn himself invincible at will.
And so does X8.
Yeah, but the thing is, so can I, and Ravenbeak still beats me. It's just that, like, Ravenbeak is pictured as way more than what we think he is, or what he's capable of. Emmys I can kind of understand maybe. But with Ravenbeak, it's just that, like, I feel like the Kamen Riders have the abilities, but most of the Kamen Riders that could beat Ravenbeak don't have the combat, like, you know, DNA merged type of stuff that puts him closer to, like, Shin Kamen Rider Ichigo levels. Because the thing we need to think about Ravenbeak is he's also, like, in the level of, like, a Final Form canon.
And in the case of the Abyss, it's a lot easier just to say who cannot defeat it.
Who could not defeat him?
Yeah, because it's easier to count who cannot defeat the enemies than the
Yeah.
than the ones that can.
I'll stick to main writers though, because if not, I feel like we're really opening Pandora's
Yeah,
box.
no. Obviously, main riders only.
Starting with a Hesse, I could see Kuga kill an enemy. I don't know much about Agito to give you that answer.
Agito couldn't.
Yeah,
Agito's kind of like
Ryuki also definitely in the know.
Blade, obviously not in the know.
Same as Fize.
I don't know. I think Fi's good just because of like maybe not the Shine Spark Emmy, but definitely the rest, yeah.
Well, one of them has power bombs. Hey Gabe, can I have it back now? Says Brian crying.
No. I ate it.
What did you eat?
The Game Boy.
He says if he can have it all back. The other reason I say this stuff is because the Emmys are just made of very powerful stuff, so I feel like the writer who can beat him is because Ghost and stuff go through like other means at like defeating their enemies, but like Build and no way.
Like Hibiki obviously cannot at all.
Kabuto,
it's a maybe.
Kabuto's a maybe. The Hyper Clock Up definitely gives him the upper hand.
Then as much as I love him, I think it's a no.
No, neither Kiva. Decade probably.
Decade probably is a yes.
That's just because Decade is Decade, you know?
Yeah. Double is a no.
Double is a no.
O's a yes.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I could see O's.
I mean, fucking Dajador form is just insane powerful. Forza maybe.
I don't know.
He has a lot of tools that
none of my Metroid tools are effective on the enemy. Is the question? Is the thing. It's always a unique property that helps defeat them at the end of the day. So I doubt that a sword with a drill can really do a lot of damage on an enemy when I fire missiles and power bombs at them and they just don't flinch.
Wizard is a yes.
Oh yeah,
100%.
but that's because it's magic.
Yep. And I don't know. I think Gaim is cheating saying yes or no. Because Gaim is definitely just because he's Jesus.
Yeah, but Ravenbeak don't give a shit.
Yeah, but I said Emmy, not Ravenbeak.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. I was too busy thinking about his 10-pack.
Drive is a no.
Yeah, Drive is a no. Ghost is a maybe, because he's Ghost.
I mean, but Ghost has only fought Ghost. He has not fought... No.
Indestructible killer machine.
Yeah.
Wow, my stick drift is at it again. First it was Silex cheating with my capture card. Now the Emmy's cheating with my controller. Can I be honest, Chad? I think that the Emmy rooms are my favorite part about this game. Running away from them and the way they move around the environment is just so fun.
X8 is a yes.
X8 is
I'm counting Hyper Muzuki every time that I think of X8, so...
Yeah, but I'm also thinking about Emu. The Hyper Muteki powers are balanced by the fact that Emu doesn't have a brain. Yes, it is Peak Droid Dread. Welcome to the
Build?
stream.
Build is a yes, because Build will do it logically.
And logically, he would come to one conclusion. I cannot build something strong enough to destroy the enemy. just like the Federation and Samus.
But he'll survive because he wouldn't fight them because he's smart.
Yeah, he would survive, but the question is not survive, it's beating.
What about Zo?
CO's in the same realm I put with like Gaim and Decade, where it's kind of like a whatever case scenario because you're making Oma Zio and all this other stuff, you know. It's like, isn't Hyper Muteki like a living cheat code? No, it's just a living invincibility star.
Yeah.
But it mostly makes him immune to the effects of other Gashots, but it's never really clarified if it also affects people that are not like Busters or Gashots, you know. Small complaint I have for Dread, but also not really, is that there's some tech-like some of the tech-like areas look too much like human tech or an architecture. Yeah, I can see that and agree. You might want to wish it was pushed a little bit more into like the alien architecture type of stuff. I guess that in my eyes, the fact that it looks kind of human making is something more about like you say a Star Trek type of thing, where it's like a civilization is advanced enough that they can make like a specific type of technology. But yeah.
I know we said no secondary riders, but there's two that we need to talk. Dankuroto and Evol.
Evol, yes, because I don't see an enemy withstanding a black hole. Ravenbeak, we just laugh at it and say it's cute because he can also make black holes and suns. Dankuroto, it's interesting because, alright, I don't know, Dankuroto's thing is more that he's indestructible because of the life system, but what would happen?
Yeah,
I don't see him having the tools to destroy an enemy. Maybe
his version of the Hyper Muteki, the Muso Dankuroto.
Yeah, but that's after Exit. That doesn't count. Because if not, then we have to call Cross Evol.
I mean, would you count Cross Evol?
The rabbit hole will never end, is what I'm trying to say. So we gotta talk about the fact that Dankuroto is just Dankuroto in this show. Also, Prime 3 lore question. What is the Nova Beam again? Like, what kind of energy is it? I don't really remember from the top of my head, but it's just Nova energy. It's just like a specific, very high frequency laser type of thing. I think it's closer to plasma at that point, that just is able to pierce through Phazon or specific Phazon components. Huh?
They just grabbed Nova from Marvel and just fucking blended it and put it in the cannon?
Yeah, they grabbed Nova from Marvel and shrunk him into an arm cannon. I wonder if maybe they originally intended there to be human outposts on this planet and just decided to repurpose it. Maybe in terms of like a development stage, but like I wouldn't really say, because like ZDR really feels just more Chozo centered. I just like to imagine that like it's just an easier way for developers to convey what the area is supposed to be to a player. And that's just like a compromise that comes out of it, because you want to have the readability over the non-readability. Yeah, we're dreading. I can play as Dread as much as you want, chat, but we can also change the game. Feel my power, Gravimetic Blasters!
Albert. I forgot to tell you
one
yesterday.
Of the few writers who are close to Ravenbeak's level. Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, that is true. But Albert, yesterday on the PlayStation Direct.
There's a PlayStation?
Yeah, they reveal a game that is literally just for you.
Is it Spoopy game?
No, you play as a chicken.
Oh my gosh. What do I do?
It's basically the Wukong game, but you play as a chicken.
Samuel Link?
Yeah, it's called Project Windless.
From a development stage, like they made the assets and decided to reuse them. Yeah, I just feel like maybe it was more for the readability. I was looking at the art book that came with the director's collector's edition yesterday, and you know, there's nothing really that looks human. in terms of the concept art, outside of Samoza and some of the Emmy like body horror type of shit that we're doing. The Emmy beeps PTSD activated. By the way, does Kamen Rider 01 have the ability to hack or not? No,
No, it doesn't.
it doesn't.
There are a few cameras that can hack, but 01 is not one.
Even then, I would say that hacking the Emmys are out of the question because the Emmys are already hacked by Ravenbeak, and that would mean that they can find a code that's smarter than the smartest Chozo of all Chozos.
The only closest person who's as smart at that level is
Nobody. In Kamen
maybe
Rider, nobody.
Dankuroto.
No. These guys.
Dankuroto will be that level smartest.
Dankuroto is smart, but I don't think he's Chozo smart.
But he wouldn't hack. He wouldn't hack.
Yeah, and even then, I don't think he's Chozo smart. Is what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
My bad. I gotta increase your volume.
Anything the Ebol, Dankuroto, and
Chicken going up against horrors? Alright, no, hold
That's
on a
it?
minute. I need to stop for 2 seconds. Oh, but
yeah, to the trailer to like
I thought you were
your
playing as
friend.
like a funny chicken guy.
It's a cool ass chicken. I fucking love him.
The bird. I gotta see. I'm looking at the trailer. I
You
mean,
should
I
show it
like
to,
the
on
chicken.
the
I
stream.
like him from the perspective that I will play this game thinking that I'm just a Chozo, a mocking Chozo, more than anything.
I didn't see it that way, but holy shit, yeah.
I don't like the Muso-ness to it. That's just because I don't really like Musos, but I think if I were to play a Muso game, this would probably be it more than the others, because it seems like it's got more of a actual unique lore and some variety to the type of
Yeah,
stuff
no,
that you
this
can do
is-
and go.
This is more closer to the Wukong games than the Muso games.
Yeah, but
Like, you're still
the
fighting, like, a
the
lot of
trailer,
enemies
it's just
at
that
once.
from what I'm seeing in the trailers, it's just a lot of Muso action.
Yeah.
And you're talking to a guy who did not play the Wukong game. It wasn't spooky enough for me. Who the chicken be Ravenbeak's ancestor? No,
I
the
don't-
the
I
chicken is
know.
just another mocking that they sent to this other planet. It's also funny because it's the opposite effect that the chicken has the opposite effect of Ravenbeak, where Ravenbeak feels anatomically correct buff bird. This feels anatomically incorrect buff bird. I'm also surprised, like, this is a nitpick. I'm just a bird brain run, alright? But if it's a chicken, how come he's not attacking with his feet? Why is he just swinging swords and not, like, breakdancing with its claws?
You have seen the warrior tribe's architecture and not the situation where you have
How powerful does Kamen Rider Saber get? I don't know. I really did not watch.
Saber doesn't get that powerful.
Chat, the only one I've watched from Reiwa is 01.
I have watched all of them fully except for Gotchard so far.
I just don't like the more enschlappification feeling that the Reiwa era has been getting between the over-reliance on VFX, and then the sort of art
Oversaturation
direction they have
with
the
forms.
suits and the and other among other things. But I think it's just
Yeah,
a matter
a lot of
taste.
the suits look really ugly.
Yeah, they don't feel they have the same amount of care or time put into them like some of the other suits. So every once in a while, I'll look back at a new Reiwa era suit and it's like clown vomit colors.
hmm And one thing that I hate about the Reiwa era, and it's like Geats not so much, but Geats has other issues, is that okay? I got Bari Rex device. You will never see anything but Bari Rex until I get this new super form.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll get a new form and then 2 episodes later I have a newer form.
Exactly. It's like Dragon Ball, but in 20 episodes.
And I also don't really like a lot of the color schemes that they've done for the new suits, or much of the cinematography stuff for that matter. Like, I was just rewatching Ryuki with Kroko the other day. To say that he loved it is an understatement. And all that stuff. And it really made me appreciate how, like, when Kamen Rider had less of a budget, it really forced these people to get artistically creative for their effects and their storytelling. That nowadays are just, like, cheesy, over-the-top green screen animations and whatever. Good point, but I guess he compensates for its huge arms. Yeah, but we're talking about a chicken. I would understand the huge arms thing on, say, a vulture, or an albatross, or a kite, where they have a big-ass wings and they fly for a while. But the chicken is like a... Chicken specced all of its stuff on its feet for fighting things on the floor. And, like, asserting its territory and telling foxes to fuck off. So how come the game where he's, like, a death metal Wukong guy, he does not, like, use his feet to, like, tear open the guy's chest or whatever? Speaking of which, the state of play was pretty good. There were crap games. Some games look interesting. A very awesome return to Metroidvania. Metroidvania?
Yeah, there's a lot of Metroidvania games that were announced. One of them being Castlevania.
Oh, sweet.
We have a new Castlevania game.
I just feel like at this point I'm not really excited on Directs or States of Play. So, like, I'll just... I stream the Nintendo Directs because of Prime 4 and obviously trying to just get those numbers going on our number crunching creative platforms of social media. But I usually just like to see the recap and then look at the trailers that I like, because it feels like I'm wasting an hour of my time just looking at trailers.
There's
how much I like Kamen Rider Gav, I don't think any of them are beating Metroid Dread. Oh, Gav still uses some of his past forms.
Yeah, like, I love Gab, but Gab wouldn't last 5 minutes against an enemy or anything Metroid.
I would say that there's some Kamen Riders who would probably make it far in the Metroid Dread experience. Few of them reach Ravenbeak, but nobody surpasses the Padrebeak. He's just too strong, man. Accept your helplessness. You know. Did you know? Kamen Rider Gav's base form might have the weakest armor ever out of any rider due to it literally be made out of gummies. I gotta be honest, I don't like the fact that it's based around candy. I think it makes the rider seem silly and stupid. That's just me. I came just as soon as lesser Spider Ball came. I think it's better Spider Ball.
Oh, you said that you're
just because I'm not tied to just only being a Spider Ball. No Spider Ball hate, by the way.
You told me once that you had access to a PS5, right?
No.
No?
I play the one on my in-law when I go visit my sister in it.
Oh, perfect. Because Ghost of Yotei is gonna have a free DLC for a co-op mode.
What? Ghost of Yotei has free DLC that's got a co-op?
Yep.
Insane, actually.
Very insane.
But I think I'd still rather play Night Rain or Monster Hunters. If it's like an open world walk around fighting enemies with slow methodical combat. But it's still pretty cool that they get like co-op on that. Because I think going through the map and splitting the amount of MacGuffins each player has to collect would be a lot more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Ravenbeak can bench press 500 pounds. Samus, I know, I've seen it. I mean, it's the fact that like Ravenbeak can hold Samus by the neck, like if she were just like a chicken nugget. That it makes me think that all that Ravenbeak has to do to defeat Emu Hyper Muteki is once again use the Shine Spark / Flash Shift, grab him by the neck, and just wait for oxygen to run out. Assuming he didn't throw a sun or a black hole at him, of course.
Oh.
love these so much. Every time I fight Corpius, it's like... Yeah, I really think that they cooked with the presentation of this game, because I remember the excitement when Dread was teased and first came out. A lot of, I guess, my excitement came from just how good the game looked before it was even out, with the animations and the staging and presentation.
Okay, so
Yeah,
two
I love the
things.
cinematic sequences as well, tailgate.
Sorry, 3 things.
Yeah.
Capcom is doing a sale on Steam. Oh, that's the one. Second, I didn't knew Dino Crisis was on Steam.
Dino Crisis is on Steam?
Dino Crisis is on Steam, and guess what? It's $4 right now.
Okay. That changes absolutely everything.
Dino Crisis 1 and 2.
Alright, now, yeah, I'm buying this.
And the third thing, Mega Man comes out next month. Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection.
Oh, cool. Very exciting.
$40.
I still don't know how I feel about Corpus making Fort each time you shoot him. On the one hand, morbid that shooting him makes a noise. On the other, adorable noises. I think it's the fact that with that logic, I think it's what makes it all the more spoopy. It's the fact that this big monster is making cute, adorable sounds that maybe he's misunderstood and he wasn't really a monster. A lot of cinematics are used perfectly in the gameplay here. It's not only that they're used great in the gameplay, it's that they feel like the fan service that comes from seeing Samus doing these crazy action stunts is your reward for playing the game well. Rather than like, oh, I'm watching a cutscene and Samus did something cool. It comes as a highlight of you doing something in the game. So it's a reward in of itself. Rather than it being used to just put a character on a pedestal for no reason. I never played Dino Crisis, but I love Resident Evil 2 Remake. Style remake of it. I would love a Resident Evil. I was about to tweak that there's a Resident Evil 2 remake of Dino Crisis, and I was gonna be like, what? Her casual stance, man. Yeah, I know. It's so good. Mercury Steam, wherever you are. Thank you. I mean, gracias. De verdad, no, demasiadas gracias. One of these days, I really need to take a trip to Spain and just go to the studio and say thanks to anybody who might be there and anybody who I get to see, assuming I can even enter the office, of course. Straight up wouldn't even mention my channel. I would just show up with like the chibi art and stickers and prints to give them. I mean, yeah, like I said, he may potentially be one of the few ex-survivors thanks to the Phantom Cloak he stole. Exactly. Which is also very interesting because it would mean, like, you know, the ex-parasites need to be able to quote-unquote see, but they don't have eyes. I love thinking about this game so much. Me too. Especially because the more you think about it, the more things start to, like, details start to make more sense, and you start appreciating a little bit of the things that it's not inherently telling you. Which is, you know, what helps with the horror and helps it feel more of a Metroid game. I generally don't think that Corpus is a natural being. Yeah, no, I think that Corpus and C-57 are different types of same experiments type of shit. How else does nature make you have an open ribcage with a tail like that, you know? Does Dread have some of the best body language Samus has seen in the franchise? Yes, I'd say it's the best so far. It does help that it's like the newest game, and so it's got like the luxury of old and modern technologies. But before it was corruption. So yeah, this one definitely takes the cake because the body language just says so much, and still is catered to make Sam. The beauty about Dread's storytelling in terms of animation and camera work is that it finds ways to make Samus both the agile, indestructible badass that she is, yet vulnerable and frail. it knows how to strike that middle ground where it's still Survivor in overwhelming odds, but Samus still manages to come out of it somehow, except when it comes to the fact of fighting a bird. I think Echoes and Dread fight, but Dread wins in the slight edge. Corruption has a good body language. Yeah. It's just that Corruption feels like it grabbed Echoes and ran with it even more with the body language because they just find more creative ways at using the close-ups. I always remember or call back to when you fight the other hunters. Rundus is deaf. You see her more perplexed and confused, even shooting at the thing. The Dark Samus thing, which I've always interpreted as a sign that their spirit, their very essence, was corrupted by Phazon. Similar to, like, say, the Chozo ghosts. So, like, they were doomed from the start. And then you see her more angry and frustrated when it comes to Gore, and then petrified in horror when it comes to Gandrada. So, like, they show you a different layer of how the Phazon corruption might be affecting Samus internally as well. That you don't really get to. It's not saying that Echoes doesn't have it. Don't get me wrong, Echoes for life, but I think the corruption just like elevated it. Her relaxed sitting position when meeting Quiet Road for the first time, and her slamming the arm cannon against Ravenbeak in the last fight. It was when she was being choking again. Really good. Yeah, there's so just many moments in the action. Also, gotta love this part of Metroid Dread, where you just... Oh, new area! Oh, well, this one door. I'm being cooked alive. Alright, let's go through the other door. Also cooked alive. Now, if I were a guy... Aha! This little portion of Cataris alongside the other infamous room of Arteria and stuff is what tells to me that it's really well conditioning that goes back to the tutorial portions of Arteria where it's like, yeah, get used to shooting walls. Then we got Other M, where you can't appreciate the animation work because Samus overly and dramatically explains every emotion she feels. I feel like I would agree to disagree on that because I feel that like a lot of people just get caught up on the dramatic and explains that they don't notice the subtlety in like I can load up the hard drive and show you cases of where there's still that same level of body language and storytelling, but it's just elevated. It's just I feel people are paying a little bit more attention to the things that are being said, which is not their fault. This is why they tell you show, don't tell. But Other M still does a lot of good job with the body language in action. It's just that it's not in the way that you expect. I wish it shouldn't shown. Like monologues. I don't understand why if the shouldn't shown, Ghosty. Like I agree that the monologues could perhaps be shorter and stuff, but I'm talking mostly about animation and cinematography that goes alongside it and what the editing is sort of revealing of the story by what's going on around her. She's having this inner thought and stuff like that I feel monologues hurt how good the body language actually is in Other. Yes, I agree in that regard. With that said, I think that an aspect with the monologues that people haven't really gone back and maybe seen, and I don't blame them because I feel like I'm overly exposed to these games just because of, you know, almost a decade of making these videos, which, by the way, thank you again, everybody, for your support. The channel turns 10 this year. Holy shit. We'll probably have to think of something special to commemorate it, but wouldn't be here without you guys, so I'm just happy that my videos have been able to be silly fun for you. But yeah, like I feel like there's a lot that while Samus is monologuing, it cuts to the Federation troopers and other things going around that really feel like more of a manga. I reminded of like the Ghost in the Shell mangas where the mayor might be having her thoughts as she's like analyzing the room. Of course, it's not done to the same level. I'm referring more to the presentation and details and stuff like that make it interesting in hindsight, but I wouldn't really call that a defense or an excuse for the way that monologues are incorporated. It's more of a thing that, despite the flaw, there's something good that comes out of it that I feel Dread ran with. I believe there's some good moments of body language in Other M. I just can't think of any. I can think of a few. I can even look it up on my hard drive later if you want. Yeah, it's just the dialogues is louder, and the more subtle examples are, of course, not remember over the infamous. Yeah, I agree with what Livitina is saying. I feel that it's, again, the monologue being so in your face and all that stuff robs you of the attention of what's going on in terms of the editing and the animation, which is in the cinematography, which is not the audience member's fault.
It's your fault.
The way she observes a little bird after the King Hunter fight sticks out to me in particular. Yeah, or when they're figuring out what's going on in the biosphere with the robot Sabesians and stuff like that. The way she gets upset at Adam when they reveal that they're making bio weapons. There's the moment where she's talking to Anthony, and a lot of the times she's like purposely hiding her face out of his field of view by moving her head to the side. So like the helmet is just blocking it together. There's several moments that like are so, blink and you're missing, which is so they feel more natural, and because they're more natural and less in your face, you tend to notice them less. Yeah, no, some dialogues are good, others are way too long. I like Other M, but it won't deny the flaws it has. I like it more for the, artistic vision that it have. And sorry, this animation of the Emmy just bloop bloop. It's so cool. And like it was just trying to do something new with Metroid when it would have been so easy to just stagnate and go back to another Prime game, another 2D game, hop off the heels of Corruption and Zero Mission. That I kind of like the fact that Sakamoto was willing to just try something whack and new. I just feel that the controllers were the biggest problem with that. I think of her first interaction with MB is ironically one of my favorite Samus moments, because you can see how she's caring and professional, but also clearly psycho awkward about the situation. It really says a lot, because it also ties back to like the type of person that she might be, giving her traumas and stuff in the past. It's the same way that like Dread sort of in passive acknowledges Samus's past in the manga by Ravenbeak saying to leave the rest to him, because people tend to forget that the Choso entrusted Samus with keeping peace and space, and then Ravenbeak sort of broke that oath, if you may, by saying, all right, I'll bring order to the galaxy, but through my totalitarian Shin Megami Tensei cosmic power and will type of shit, Either her first time meeting a Metroid and freezing due to her trauma of baby. Not only that, but I also like the way that her body really conveys curiosity, fear, and anger through other moments of Other M's story that just make her feel that much more human in a sense. Even if the monologue is like blah 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 baby, blah 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 baby. I just think that if you made Other M a prequel, you could keep a lot of the story elements that it has, and it would just feel a little bit more natural to the type of dynamics that they wanted to have with the characters. Hardar St. Allman lives rent-free in my head. Same here. How does MB feel? How do you feel about MB from Other M? Do you think some of the things about her could have been done better? I'll show you how much I like. I'll show you my answer with one thing, real quick, while I'm here. If stopping the game frequently becomes annoying, please do let me know, chat. But I like doing these bits, because I just treat this stream some like hanging out with my homies, with my friends, with my pals, my rotten soldiers, my good cheese, my sweet cheeses, my good time boys and gals.
I was gonna go for that one.
There you go. Yeah, I don't blame Sakamoto, honestly, for the controller thing. It was right at the tail end of when almost every DS and Wii game had to have a mandatory control gimmick. Yeah, it's part of the problem. I really feel that if Other M came out on the Switch and you could have a regular controller, now you can make Samus fight more like a hack and slash ish type of character, and or combine your different power ups, and it would be fun. I think Other M does too much. I think about you can both make a prequel, but also a post Super game that explores that trauma. But doing both was just a bit too much. I don't think it was just too much. I just think that the way it was decided to be, the way the story should have been is that Samus is reliving the moment of the bottle ship because of the trauma from Super Metroid. So you still have all that in the beginning, but then through Samus, it sort of portrays the game as a memory from Samus of that first mission. So that way you can have your cake and eat it too. But you're reframing the actual adventure as a point where Samus was more vulnerable, and then the monologues are less Samus thinking in the particular moment, and it's more Samus breaking the fourth wall and reminding you that all of this is sort of her reliving or recollecting what had happened, and why it's happening at this particular moment, that I think would feel just more natural and allow the Sakamoto to have his cake and eat it too type of shit. It's coming annoying because no Leezer, Neil, Full Midna, Blue, Kamen Rider into Jump Scare Elma. Alright, here, I'll give you Leezer. To answer the MB question, and I kind of wanted to stop just for a second so I can. I think that they could have done some things better with MB, and especially with just putting more foreshadows and what have you of what the bottle ship is doing that might put you into a suspicious mood about MB, especially when you meet her the first time and all that. However, I do like the fact that you could portray that because Melissa knows everything that went on the bottle ship, that she's deliberately, feeding lies to Samus and or what have you, just to throw her off the trail. So in those aspects, I like. I just kind of wish that there was a little bit more resolution that came at the end, with giving Melissa a little bit of a more triumphant finale that's not just lock onto her and she's dead. Like maybe half the player actually fight the monsters that she summons up until the point where Madeline shows up and she deals like the killing blow. That might make it feel a little bit more engaging. But I feel that like you could have done a lot more with everybody in Other M. But I feel that Melissa is one of the actual things that I love the most about Other M, and how they were trying to, the angle they wanted to go with it was sort of a Ghost in the Shell, that we tried to do this and then it manifested his own will and whatever. But I feel they could have just pushed it a little bit more. Would have been sad to fight a bit more at the very least if she controlled the Queen Metroid. Ghosty, I think that I get what you're saying about the Queen Metroid stuff, but you gotta let the Metroid 2 side of you let it go, man. Or woman. Or they men. I feel that the Melissa and the Queen Metroid aren't really as connected as we think. It would have made more sense if it's baby Metroids or regular Metroids than a Queen Metroid, because we never really knew if it's Mother Brain could have like. I'm agreeing with you, by the way, Ghosty. If like they could have controlled it, if it was like a direct control and stuff like that, it would have made it for a more interesting boss fight. But the problem is that there's not much to the boss fight in the first place. But that's I'm enjoying it for the spectacle type of stuff, I guess. In the same way that I enjoy most final bosses more for their spectacle rather than their mechanics. I equate the Queen Metroid fight to say the core fight against the Metroid Prime, or the final encounter against Dank Samoza, or the Metroid Omega Metroid Infusion, where it's just kind of like there, kind of get the feeling she wasn't intended to be entirely in control of herself at the end due to their subtle dialogue tone change. No, I agree with that train of thought, Libitina. I think Other M should have rewritten where MB was actually good and not in control over psychic abilities, with a few branching choice going throughout the game, which resulted in MB becoming a full villain or remaining good. That could have also been very interesting. If part of the story was also hinting at just a descent of maybe the Melissa identity struggling over the Mother Brain identity type of stuff. I'm might have been too much here. Here's a Lyle. I know I will make a lot of Beyond fans upset because I have chibis of all of these other M dorks, but not a single one from Beyond. To be fair, I'd rather have a different fight, but since they use a Metroid Queen, I needed to use it. Alicia Queen is my least favorite fight in other M fight. Honestly, I am less of a spectacle fight fan in Metroid, to be honest. And even after that, I do like MB's conflicted sides. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not too crazy over the spectacle fights in Metroid, but I've come to understand and accept that they're mostly there for just the finale and give the story a satisfying cinematic conclusion that they build up similar to the intro. Beyond fans? Where? Well, I see one there in the chat. His name is Cthulhu. He's the one who brought it up. Speaking of other M fights, Ridley was insanely muscular in that game. Yeah, no, he was insanely muscular. I think it was necessary just for the type of stuff they wanted to have, Riddles do. Here's it, my boy. Look at him. I love Anthony so much. Remember me? Did I feel like Samus and MB was going to have a bond or connection with each other? Yeah, me too. You're going to make Chibi of you though, right? Maybe. It will depend. View might be a very expensive chibi to commission, so I will have to look for possible alternatives. And I'm not really a storytelling expert, but every time that I replay Other M, I get pretty bored with all the traitor stuff. I think it carries too much screen time to finally amount to nothing. Oh, absolutely, 1000%. I love Other M. I love its story, but I think that the leader part is both the most interesting part about the story and the absolutely most stupidest one. However, with just again, I guess because it's more a more story oriented brain, and what have you, and replaying these games and having a lot of copium overlooking stuff. So again, this is not anything, but I feel that like the leader stuff was there to show you more and reflect that despite the Federation trying to take control or everything, it was pointless and unnecessary, and it just showed that the Federation or the evil guys in the Federation were like, ha ha ha, we so smart and whatever, and plan blows up in their faces type of storytelling. That I guess that's the way I've interpreted it. But again, that's copium probably. Right, where the hell was Phantom doing in Other M? I was there for a funny little bit. I wanted to surprise everybody, but nobody wanted to see me. Now everybody's just questioning what I was doing in the bottle ship. I'm a trans-dimensional being, ghost in space. I can be anywhere. Nightmare, I just saw like, all right, maybe the for whatever reason the Federation wanted to like use these guys as a bio way to control gravity, similar to like the bottle ship, the BSL station. But I just say it's the fusion. Fusion is so popular and so clear that everything needs to have something fusion. Samus Returns wanted to be a fusion. Dread brought back the X-Parasites. Beyond and the fusion beam. Oh wait, that's from Other M. And also one thing I realized with replay is that people say Samus is short in there, but she really towers over normal people except Anthony. Yeah, no, Samus is pretty decently tall on Other M. MB's sudden robotic toe never made sense to me until I realized it could have been Phantoon trying to deflect attention away in a sense. Metroids were gone, so there wasn't much left for her anymore. Probably. I could also see that her returning to that more robotic state is because of like you say, there's no Metroids, no way for her to unleash whatever plan that she might be having, if any at all. But your guess is as good as mine, but it's a good way of seeing it. Like, all right, your plans are ruined. Revert to robot mode because there's no longer that human ambition or drive. Why Phantoon and Other M? Phantoon was going to warn Samus about Prime 4 Beyond and Celux, because Prime 4 is after Other M, right? Yes, Beyond is officially after Other M, but before Fusion. Yes. You are correct on that. 20x9. Yeah, Fentoon was always true neutral, man. It's not his fault that the space pirates put him on a statue. Here. There we go. See, Brain? She's recollecting right on stream. I always assume they cloned Fentoon by accident, like Ridley, or according to Super Metroid's manual. It is a manifestation of V's consciousness. I just think it's Fentoon. I could see either happening, but I doubt that if it's MB's consciousness manifesting something, that Fentoon might be the main character rather than like anything else that Mother Brain might be obsessing more over. And then on the second hand, it's like the cloning. I just like I guess that it's only Ridley, so I only took it as Ridley because if not, where's Drygon or Kraid or Crocomire or whatever. But Fentoon, I always took like he's bigger than any of us would could surmise. He's like a cosmic being from space, or just like Dread, another member of the same species. All right, I'm gonna go back to the game. I've been sitting here talking to you guys for a while. Not that I mind, but I think everybody here was here to watch some gameplay. But I guess either one could really work in the absence of a question of the answers, the fun part. That's why I've always liked the sort of ambiguous writing about Metroid games, is that it leaves things for the fan base and community to talk over. And I feel that those have led to some of the things why I like the community and being a part of it so much in the early days, is because like, yo guys, what do you think blank and blank happened? And you know, ideas bounced off, and that's how the series was more or less kept alive through the droughts. For Nightmare, I also like how each boss in Other M affects the battleship differently, attacking you before their boss fights or change the environment. It makes the battleship feel alive. Agreed. And then it does return it to that sort of Metroid-ness about foreshadowing what you might be forced to face up ahead. That was really well implemented in the Prime series as well, with like how they foreshadow and build tension before the fights against Dark Samus. You see Flagra's roots all over, scattered around Chozo Ruins. Thardis is hinted in a lot of the pirates' logs, and so is the Omega Pirate. Madeline does get to her briefly before the Federation comes in too. She lowers her weapon before the Federation takes aim at her. We're talking about the Madeline, yeah, Madeline, not Melissa. It's just that. Well, this is inconvenient. Battleship was unsuccessful because they forgot Crocomire. We don't get to our boy Crocomire in a sequel at some point, I'm gonna be mad. In some instances, I would have been really happy if Croco was back and beyond, just because like, hey, it's the bit. But at the same, or in Dread, but at the same time, I'm also just like happy that, you know, that one thing I can get beyond is that it didn't really recycle any bosses. Though it really feels like they recycle them more from Federation Force when I think about it. Zelios reminds me a lot of that Orc boss in Federation Force, and the way you have to fight the guy in the desert in Theranos reminds me a little bit of the Double Fish guys from Federation Force. I don't know if I'm the only one. I might be the only one because I've played Federation Force or gave enough of a crap to like wait and stuff. What if the battleship did clone Kraid, only for Ravenbeak to appear out of nowhere and kidnap him? Explain why Kraid is in Dread. If that's the case, then why didn't Ravenbeak destroy the battleship and steal its Metroids? It's my question. Metroid 6 becomes a reality. I really hope they go all out in giving the Galactic Federation a more antagonistic role, since Fusion has been foreshadowed. I would say that they probably steered away from that, given how Dread sort of soft retcons the Evil Federation out of the picture, because they went from wanting to control the X-Parasites to suddenly the Federation has these ultimately anti-X-Parasite machines. And even then, I feel like Metroid 6 just does not need to have the Federation. I feel like I'm tired of the Federation as a plot element in every artistic sense of it. I felt that they were at their best in Metroid Prime 2, where there were just like scan locks for you to find that added world building. But as a main plot element, they detract a lot from the Metroidiness that makes Metroid, as we see in Corruption and stuff like that. I feel like they should just be like, if we're gonna have an antagonistic military type force, just make it something new. But what would be the difference between them and the space pirates, aside from like one guy is perceived as the universal good or whatever? It seems more like a story you might expect out of a Ghost in a Shell. I have a headcanon that I'm not based on any evidence that Phantoon is a member of a species discover a way to rapture themselves and ascend to paradise, but he failed, and he was left behind due to material attachment existing between death and life as punishment. Wow. That's actually a pretty cool sort of like cosmic horror type of stuff. I really like that idea. For Phantoon. Now we need a Phantoon game that dedicates himself to the story. I would say Metroid 6 probably should be a new beginning point for the series. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Federation Force recycled Chaika larva. I can't see Samus shooting at normal humans. For me, it's more that I just think that the Federation being evil seems like a boring plot device considering that the whole reason the Federation exists in the first place is just to be the force, the universal good that opposes the evil that the space pirates represent. They never really played a big point on the story until Fusion, and that was just because of the way the story naturally revolved around it being on a Federation base and how those guys saved Samus this time around. But outside of that one sort of factoid, even Dread doesn't really do much with it. That I just feel like they work at their best when they're just used to establish like a baseline rather than a focus on the story. They're an element of world building rather than a key plot element or plot device. Couldn't have Clone Kraid, perhaps because he's too big, and Ravenbeak probably doesn't even have to know about its existence. I find it plausible that Ravenbeak wouldn't be interested in like what a Federation base is doing or not, but I find it harder that he wouldn't notice a guy dressed in blue using Metroids to terrorize them, though. My theory on the only way it'd be the same Kraid is that the ship that the animals escaped on is the only one remaining pirates escaped on, but it got intercepted by Ravenbeak on his way vainly, to show how now destroyed Sebes. The animals are probably left alone because, like the X later do, sees no use to them. The only problem with that is that the Chozo archives show the Mockings sort of encasing Kraid in this lava prison before they were mutated, before they were taken over by the X parasites, meaning that it takes place sometime before Ravenbeak decides to venture off planet in search of the Metroids and stuff like that, because none of his Mockings have been infected by the X parasites, which is, you can tell that the difference because of their eyes. The X parasite, when they infect their host, have white eyes versus the red ones that the Chozo archives show. So according to the Chozo archives, what I guess it seemed to imply was that Kraid has been like subjugated and chained into this planet for quite some time. That for it to be after Fusion or Super, I guess, because at that point it's also said that that's when Ravenbeak was dealing with the X parasites on ZDR, and why he didn't go to Sebes or SR-38 to take the Metroids and essentially allow their extinction to happen. So that's why I always thought it was just another member of a species that the Mockings found maybe off-world or whatever, and they brought it to CDR. Or even if this planet used to be their home world and then the Mockings kicked them out or something. Only way I would want the Federation to be a big deal of the plot, something goes wrong again, like the X, and setting is ruined Federation HQ from Other M. Yeah, if it's like the Federation has fallen and you're now stumbling through their remains, that could work as a main story element, but the rest I feel like it's just gonna be a little bit too much. That's just my opinion. That's just my 2 cents, man. I don't think Kraid as a species ends up working better considering fake Kraid is in Metroid 1 and Super. Yeah, that too. Or perhaps bad corrupted faction of the Galactic Federation becomes a new faction. I still would find that a little bit silly because we already have Silex as an evil guy who used to be a member of the Federation and then did his own things, you know. Still unsure about the timing of the archives because they're all prior to the infection. Your Terrio one is possibly right before Dread as the Emmy were sent to the response of the X footage. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the one that showcases Kraid also showcases Mockings that are not infected by the X parasites. Meaning that this has to be before Super Metroid for your theory to work because it is the way Quairo presents the sequence of events is that Ravenbeak has been dealing with the X parasites on ZDR around the time that like Samus is exterminating the Metroids in Super Metroid, and that's why he didn't go back to SR3D8 or Sevis to steal the Metroids, and when he did, he found the nothing. So, you know, how would Kraid be there and be chained by regular Mockings when the animals escaped Sevis? The Mockings should have been all sort of infected by Kraid is the question, you know? So that's like, he's just a different Kraid. The Mockings chained up and put there, and for one reason or another did not get infected by the X, similar to Corpius, similar to the Barnacle Drogiga or whatever his name is, and some other creatures that maybe, because they just show you that Ravenbeak was able to like really take care of it. But again, I'm open to, this is more of a discussion type of thing. I don't have all the answers, but that's the way I would see the logic because of the way Dread presents its events with the rest of the timeline. Ravenbeak was too busy dealing with EX for him to return to SR3D8 prior to Samus destroying the Metroids, and as we know, both Metroid 2 and Super Metroid take place closer to each other than we think. There's not that much of a time gap between the ending of one and the other one's start. They both happen in the same cosmic year and everything. Due to Kraid and Dread not being the same Kraid as other games, it kind of makes me feel more bad for it, but it's probably better to die than getting consumed by the X parasites. I mean, he still gets consumed by the X parasites, but it's better to die and I guess have the X parasites assimilate you than, yeah, being consumed by the X parasites altogether. Majority of the Federation likes Samus, but I feel like some of them would feel weird about hiring someone who carries Metro DNA. Lol, like a distrust can grow among some of the members. I can agree with that. I just don't think it makes for an interesting Metroid story when it's one that's clearly more inspired by sci-fi horror and less like human interactions that make Samus, a robot, will feel more human. In a sense, by default, that we forget that the Federation existed as merely just the universal good that is trying to maintain peace in space into a certain extent. I'm not saying that there cannot be a couple of bad eggs that hop in here and there, but the story would feel not as Metroid-centered, oriented, and the horrors that Metroid tends to follow, that I fear might make it accidentally lean closer to an action, I must uncover the conspiracy and clear my name type of stuff. That type of story seems to be calling for moments more like that. It makes me wonder if you actually die once you get the X infected. See, that's the very fun and interesting point of speculation, given what happens with Quiet Rogue Rex at the end of this game. Kraid finally became a final boss in a Metroid game with Ravenbeak X. Yeah, even if it's just a cinematic boss for this game, you know. but it's still pretty. It's so cool that I'm willing to like look past it. I feel that Ravenbeak was just the perfect final boss for this game to have. I forget I'm playing in hard mode. I can't tank things. Feel like that would be a problem with every bringing the Kraken Empire to the plot of in a Metri game. Yeah, that's probably it as well, you know. Some of these stories work better when they're just small side things rather than the main focus, is what I'm trying to say. Your story can have layers, but I wouldn't really say that the Evil Federation makes for a gripping Metroid story. Maybe more of a gripping Federation Force story. And if you want to go with the Evil Federation, and you had your chance with Silex, is all I'm saying. So I assume you die or take him over by the X, like Dark Gator, you become a zombie. I feel that you just die, because you get assimilated by the X, so it's no longer your free will, it's the X's. Unless you have a Thoha Cosmic Power level 10, and then you can somehow have you override the X into mimicking so much of your memories and your personality that you more or less reincarnate through the zombie. Yeah, the Exparasite that C57 dies in the lava, and it's an X core. Meanwhile, the one for Ravenbeak X is just a regular purple Exparasite. The only one of its kind, actually. Imagining before Dread, you said you will have a final fight with the Darth Vader of Chozo. I mean, it would have been very funny. Though I equate Ravenbeak closer to, say, a Gold from the Red Rising series of books by Pierce Brown than Darth Vader, or like a Gaius from Final Fantasy XIV or Xenos type of character, then Darth Vader. I love Darth Vader, but I think Anakin is kind of dumb.
Yeah. I agree on that one.
I feel that the Anakin detracts from the coolness of what Darth Vader had in the original series, which was like the mystery of who's the man, who's the ghost in the shell, who's the man under the suit. That when you address it, the magic is gone. Also, can I say how much I love the sort of like panel lines and like circuit board looking details in the backgrounds? I'm not saying anything this time. I mean, you can still enjoy the prequels. I'm just giving you my opinion on the matter. That is all. Like, who am I? Who am I?
What's a man but a
feel
miserable
that
pile?
the angle with Anakin doesn't add anything to Darth Vader aside from the continuity of putting everything together.
Especially because
Nothing
both characters are
the original
written.
movies really hinted at all that stuff with Darth Vader to the point that, you know,
It
found
feels
them
more like they're their own
powerful.
standalone.
Yeah, I found them more powerful if it was just like a guy that I just did not know that got persuaded by the dark side than this sort of chosen one thing that they put behind him in the movie.
It also
that
doesn't
the
help
movie
how-
doesn't really spend that much time developing the story of in relationship between him and Obi-Wan to the point that might make their confrontation interesting, because they're talking about the interesting bonding things happening off screen, and then when they're on screen they're just hating each other type of stuff. But no, I must listen to the famous YouTuber. Well,
It
thank
also
you.
doesn't help that how to say it. It doesn't
I wouldn't
help
consider myself famous.
how-
Thank you.
how differently written both characters are.
Yeah. They don't feel like the same character. To an extent, that's actually pretty cool because they're not supposed to be the same person. It's more like an ego death type of stuff. But I just... Seeing Darth Vader wonder about Padme and yelling no... I felt a little bit crushed as a kid. I think it would be neat if Samus came across a dead Kraken patrol in a Prime game similar to her coming across the Federation troopers in Prime 2. No, yeah, that would be definitely cool. If you're using this to just set up something even more dangerous or whatever, you know? Yeah, saying Kraid isn't concrete, obviously. It's mainly the theory that Ravenbeak willingly let the rest of the Mocking become infected in Ellen because they found out in Ellen, specifically, they couldn't resist the X control to very mixed results, seeing as the only 5 Chozo Zoldyrs remained stable. The rest became either consumed by the X. It is possible they had a brief time to regather before. I get what you're saying. For me, it's just like harder to believe that, like, because of the way that they're not harder to believe, but the way that the game background sort of shows you in Ferenia that Ellen sort of used to be a part of the city proper. That, and then how in the Chozo archive is that, yeah, there was an outbreak, and Ravenbeak and Kawaii Rope says that the entire planet fell into chaos, not just Ellen or Ferenia. So I took that the whole thing in Ellen and Ferenia was that they were tied, and then the plan was to capture everybody inside of Ellen, because if there weren't infected Chozos and all this other stuff, how come we don't fight them in the game or see them in the same way that we talked about Ravenbeak or Kawaii Rope? So given how the story presents itself and the type of chaos that befell ZDR, because the whole planet almost basically became assimilated with the X-Parasites, that Ravenbeak's main priority was to either exterminate via Hyper Beam, as the game shows at the end, that the Hyper Beam is clearly able to just, like, disintegrate an X-Parasite. And then capture whatever else is there in Ellen before going purge hunting anything that kind of, like, escaped Ellen. And we're talking about things that are just like the sizes of mountains and caverns, but you can see like the two of them were used to be connected in a portion of the background map. And with Ferenia being this big ass Chozo city and stuff like that, you know, it's one of those fussy things that I merely took like, oh, this crate was in this planet way before like the Mockings even went to SR38, you know. Who knows? He might have been like another test subject, and they were using his things to create C-57 and Corpus type things. They kind of have like a similar body shape of sorts. A lot to say, but I don't think I'm good at writing something long, quick to explain my feelings about Anakin and prequels. I will say that I do always felt the bond Anakin and Obi-Wan, while movies setting up Anakin's from Episode 1. I can definitely see what you expect and what you might get at the end of satisfying, but because I started with the prequels, the way I saw the transition Anakin Darth Vader felt more naturally. Yeah, I can say that. It's been interesting, because my brother isn't the same as you, where he grew up with the prequels. I kind of also grew up with the prequels, even though I saw the original movies way before the prequels happened, because my uncle, the famous uncle that we will have to blame for me liking Metroid and all these other geeky stuff in the first place. He's a huge fan of Star Wars. He also does videos and edits, by the way. So like for me, it's more or less has to do with what my expectations from the prequels, and more that when I looked at the sequels, and even I looked at the sequels, they only really sort of work because you know where it is all leading up to with Darth Vader and Anakin and Obi-Wan. That I feel that if you removed, again, that they're Anakin, and do the same thing I said for Metroid Beyond. You removed Anakin, you removed Obi-Wan, Darth Vader, and all the things that make it Star Wars, and you just make it Qui-Gon Jinn tonic and, you know, Mace Windu. These non-Star Wars characters, there's no lightsabers or anything, that there probably wouldn't be the bond, because I think a lot of the heavy lifting is made by the things that we know from the mythos of these movies in general. And that George Lucas, being a guy who went out and publicly known for not liking to direct and not liking to write, had to write and direct the movies, where I think they did a big disservice to a lot of the things that could have potentially been even better in the story, such as Qui-Gon Jinn and Tonic, and his whole thing about believing that the Jedi have become too complacent and stuff like that, and what have you. Then Anakin being sort of this destined chosen one. Because I guess I just don't like a lot of the chosen destiny hero. It's kind of why I always like Samus more than Stink. because Stink was destined to defeat Fernando Dorf, unlike Samoza, who's just, you know, trying to survive. But I get what you're trying to say, Chris. Don't get me wrong, I get what you're trying to say. And I can sort of see what you mean. And there's a part of me that agrees with it, but I don't think that it was to the point that I would consider it good. And part of the reason that held it back was just George. You look at the behind the scenes, and it really felt like George was just trying to do like a big vanity ego project because he didn't really do Empire Strikes Back, and that was like the biggest fan. I don't really like the Chosen One things in Star Wars. I liked it more when it was just a simple hero's journey, like with Luke, that you could have half reflected with Anakin, but because you're also making him the Chosen One, it kind of conflicts with the hero's journey that the other Star Wars kind of placed. Because, like, again, you're placing Anakin on a pedestal because of some prophecy rather than, like, because of Anakin's actions and the things he's doing in the movies that the Jedis believe him to be the Chosen One. But it's just out of the beginning that Anakin has a high midichlorian count, therefore, rather than like, well, this kid has high midichlorian count, let's train him, and then only in like the second or third movie do the Jedi and Palpatine himself start to believe that Anakin is the Chosen One, and that's why they try to manipulate it. But again, it's a thing of fate that I feel would have made it more interesting, because then everybody's fighting over Anakin, and sort of keeping him on their side because they believe the Chosen One, he's the Chosen One, but they could be all wrong from in the first place. I feel that the more interesting things that happened with the prequels were, unfortunately, the boring politics stuff. And how it depicts how a government system becomes so complacent and stuff that they allow the tyranny to come in. And how that's been echoed in our history and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, that's what the original Star Wars story was kind of about. So I feel that going on the Chosen One just feels like trying to do the Luke archetype, but stronger and more betterer, because he is the Chosen One. Actually, did anyone ever talk about the Chosen One thing in Clone Wars? I would really be able to tell you. I haven't really seen Clone Wars in forever. I do rewatch the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars a lot, because I love that, but I think the best thing that the prequels came that nobody talks about is Palpatine. His rise of power, the way he just manipulates everyone from the shadows, that I think would have been even more interesting if there was really never a Chosen One prophecy and the Jedis are just like tweaking, man. Because what I think made Luke's journey endearing and like in A New Hope and all that stuff is that he was just a regular farm boy. By making Anakin a Chosen One, you kind of put him already on a pedestal. Especially when he's just a kid and he's just got a lot of wheat power in him. You gonna say something, Gabe? I kept interrupting you.
No, I'm saying, like, I agree on all that.
Oh, okay.
Like, honestly, especially because then it's just more of a... You're forcing the expectation to the character, and it doesn't reach that expectation ever.
Yeah.
Like, I get it if it's more like Obi-Wan having high hopes for him, rather than him being the chosen hero.
Yeah. I feel like if you naturally just had it where Qui-Gon Jinn becomes empathetic towards this child he meets, and the child who's helping him fix the ship or whatever, or any of these things, and that's why he wants to take him off-world. On top of the fact that because he senses the midichlorians that he might have a chance or a future with the Jedi Council. But not because he's like, his midichlorians are so high that he's the Chosen One, but more because all of this other stuff. And then through the things that happen in Clone Wars and that lead up to Revenge of the Sith, the Chosen One aspect is brought up because of the things that Anakin is doing. So it's the actions that Anakin is doing what might persuade the Jedi into thinking that he's the Chosen One or whatever prophecy and stuff like that, rather than like, you're here. I feel that if I were to use a very bad example way of explaining it, I feel that the way the movies do it is more of a Metroid Prime 4 You're the Chosen One, where I feel they could have made it more of a Metroid Prime 1 You're the Chosen One because of your actions deeming you worthy of being the entrusted one, rather than like, you're in this planet and you're watching this, therefore you're a chosen one. Which is what it kind of feels by them being like, alright, this baby kid has like high midichlorian counts, but like, so does Yoda. But I feel that what made Yoda, and it sort of like detracts of what made Yoda and Mace Windu so cool is because they got to their level after who knows how long of a time of communing with the Force and stuff like that, rather than like, oh, he's got a high midichlorian count, he must be the chosen one. So that way also like a lot of the hope from Obi-Wan and makes that tragic downfall at the end of Revenge of the Sith hit even more closer to home is because the relationship was more about a guy training his student with never the chosen one thing in the middle. Then again, I'll be honest, I don't really care about Star Wars no more. I find it funny that I've been able to talk this much about Star Wars, given the fact how much I reek when I hear Star Wars nowadays. Obi-Wan having more of hope of Anakin instead of just chosen one might have made his final words. Yeah. I just feel like the movie should have been more of a character-driven body cop type of story between Anakin and Obi-Wan. And it's similar to what the Genndy Tartakovsky's animated shows were doing, and that really explored the dynamics between Obi-Wan and Anakin that makes their downfall a little more tragic. So for me, I feel like a lot of the heavy lifting for the Revenge of the Sith stuff came because I watched that show as a cartoon. And feel annoyance for the rest. Alright, Ghosty, if that's the case, I really recommend, I get why you feel that way. I would really recommend, it's just like, this is coming less from like Star Wars lore or anything, just because it's a great show. The original Cartoon Network, like early 2000s, the Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. Because it's the small bridge that you will enjoy because it ties a lot of things between Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith. And then I think you would really enjoy because it's just a really well told story that only takes about 15 minutes per episode, and there's like no more than 10 or so of them that like I feel like would be really good. I did watch 2D Clone Wars. Yeah, that's the one that's the one I was talking about, the Genndy
Genndy Tartakovsky.
Yeah, I don't know how to say his last name. I should say specifically I like pre-Disney Star Wars movies. Star Wars and movies maybe. Yeah, no, I've got that feeling when talking. I was never taking into consideration the Disney era of Star Wars. I'd rather have, art that's flawed, which is what I would equate the prequels to be, in my opinion, than shiny corpo schlop. Huh, Metroid animated by Genndy? No, Metroid animated by me. By me. Nintendo should hire this guy. Look, I'll give you one reason why I. Should be me. How many times do you come back to that specific room? 2 if you're playing the game normally. 3 or 4 if you're doing sequence breaks. But yeah, I think that he would do a great job on Metroid because he knows that it's body language, less is more type of storytelling. It just felt natural to Metroid.
When you said it should be me, I just kept thinking of Yugi's. It should have been me, not him.
It should have been me, not... Dude, I was watching a video today I think you might find interesting about like a Japanese hacker in 2012 that hacked the computer of the director of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime.
Damn, I've not heard of that.
I'll send it to you. It's from a channel called Japan Analysis that just highlights crazy stories that happen in Japan over very, very like crazy topics. Like Like you
The
would be like,
one-
holy shit, these things are real.
I keep forgetting the name of the channel, and I hate it because I want to look it up again. This is the guy that like talks about like huge disasters in history, like well, not like big disasters, but like big whoops from companies. And he was talking about the time that Konami made the biggest Yu-Gi-Oh event in history and was a flop. So I don't know if you chat though this one, but back in the like in the early 90s or like almost early 2000s, in Japan, Konami made an event where you will be able to get a special booster pack that had cards designed as if they were from the anime. They were not playable, but they were super extreme cards that only a few people were able to get in Japan.
Oh my gosh.
And the
Hold
event
on,
was
somebody
like you have to
Brian
beat.
mentioned Symbiotic Titan, and I'm like, wow, I haven't heard that name.
Wow, that's I haven't heard that show in like years. But so
While I'm at it, real quick, I believe Ghosty, I agree. Force Unleashed was when the story became just nonsensical power fantasy, but because it's a video game that just felt like, you know, it was embracing the fact that it's a video game is why I liked it. Anyways, sorry for interrupting.
No, all good. So it was through not even invitation. It was like you had to like buy a Shonen Jump magazine to get the ticket.
Yeah.
And by the time of the event, let's say so Michael Jackson managed to fill
Michael Jackson?
Well, no, yeah. So like just for example, because he used this as an example, Michael Jackson on Japan for a concert. It filled the Tokyo Dome completely. It was like the biggest group of people in the Tokyo Dome in history until the Yu-Gi-Oh event.
That is crazy.
It was so full that it was literally almost claustrophobic.
That is crazy.
Insane. There were people outside filling the street.
Yeah, for a card game. That's crazy.
It was almost impossible for the organizers to even like handle this many people.
These guys
To the
probably expected
point.
like a regular tournament amount of people, and they got a max up. Michael Jackson is performing at the stadium type of people.
Yep.
Crazy.
Not only that, they had to cancel the entire thing, and they had to start sending the booster packs by mail to everybody who went there. And of course, they couldn't do that because of the sheer amount of people.
Yeah, the supply was the demand was way bigger than they could have anticipated. That is so funny. Because again, card game, you know.
Yeah. Like that happened for cardboard.
Hey, still got it. Yes, you did arrive during Insanity Midnight, but how are you doing? Chat, Dread or Lizard?
Unbeatable.
Unbreakable, you mean?
Unbreakable.
Oh, also Unbreakable. Unbreakable, Lizard, or Dread? I hate when shows are canceled because their toil sales didn't sell well, or it was used as a tax write-off or mismanagement. That's why I usually like a show needs to be fun first before it needs to have a toy line tied to it. You make the show and you're producing a show because you want a show on TV, not because you want the show to be a commercial to sell toys. Hey, look. Hey, look, Prime 4, an interconnected world. I dread to not get Lizard Tombuyan. No, I meant like, what do we play? I was gonna try and go reach at least Kraid so that Gabe can do his bits. And because we were all talking about Kraid, that we might as well go see him. But after that, I'm fine with just playing more of this Unbreakable or which is an indie game, or some Lizard while I grind some stuff, and you guys get to, I guess, make fun of the Lizard. You get to see the Lizard emote and animate and be all cute and stuff. What about
He's
Kraid
not
and then
okay.
Lizard? Yeah, no, I'm doing like I'm putting up like a vote. Forgot how much I like this game. I just I haven't played it in like a good year or so. Unbreakable is like a indie sort of like music rhythm game that features a very neat spunky protagonist that I like. This and Zero Mission I can get lost for hours. Yeah, for me it's this, Dread, and well, this is Dread, of course. Fusion and Echoes. Maybe Prime. So Unbreakable is sort of like a rhythm game about like an indie sort of rock group trying to make it their ways. And the Lizard is just a game with a very neat Lizard. It's Unbreakable, I believe.
Yeah, it's a very funny comedy game, and it's unbeatable.
Oh, Unbeatable? Yeah, Unbeatable.
Yeah. It's a
I don't
very
know why I was
funny,
thinking
like...
of the shitty 2000s movie. My bad. I will always feel pain because I get to play this game multiple times due to my friend's Switch that I don't have. A game rhythmic combo in it. Got it. I mean, kind of reminds me of my Lizard. I mean, it looks like the clamps I would give me. If it's called Unbeatable, then why I'm still here?
Remember me?
Oh. Well, that was inconvenient. No. I refuse. Emmy to Albert to. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I guess it didn't.
What the fuck indeed?
It spot me for like a microsecond. If I can finally get a chance to own a Switch to have Dread all by myself, I could replay this game weekly since it's what happened last time. Ah, yeah, I feel like this is a game that I can finish and I want to restart a new run just because it's so fun and because of all the sequence break options that there are in the game, it gives it this great replay value. Oh, not again. It was very bad that like the unlucky that the Emmy went into the room that I needed not to go in, so I could do the trick. Ooh, there we go. This is the wrong door. Speed booster Emmy is cooking you? Well, he only killed me once, and I've already parried him twice, so who's Shortcuts to the players who can parry the enemy away every time. That shit hard, yeah. Shoutouts to the players who can parry enemies. I mean, I can't parry them every time, but I've just gotten to recognize a little bit of when they're trying to bait me or not. Which is very cool, the way that, like... Each enemy have their own parry timing? No. They all have It's more that the enemies have, in general, different parry timings, and they randomize which one it is. Or at least it's the way I've felt it's the case, because sometimes they attack sooner, and other times it just, you know, make you wait until it's way too late, and then you're dead, man. So it's also a way to keep you guessing with each enemy, because sometimes they will purposely delay their attacks, and the same happens with both grabs. So just because one grab is slower doesn't mean that he'll also jabait you with the other one being slower. What's that creature? What the hell is that creature in that giant test tube? Don't worry about it, because it doesn't have a name. It's just another, what is implied to be one of the other many experiments that Quiet Robe was doing to replicate or the Metroid abilities or something along those lines into, like, because like the Chozo here were making experiment C57, which is the boss that would fight later, and one of the Chozo archives has Quiet Robe sort of working on C57 on a test tube. The C57 boss fight has the boss drain energy from its surroundings to sort of heal itself, and with the right mods, I believe that the boss actually regains health if you don't stop it. So my guess and my theory has always been that they were trying to give this experiment Metroid-like powers that can later be given to Ravenbeak or someone else, until because they couldn't just outright replicate the Metroid DNA for whatever reasons. So, you know, the whole plan changed when Ravenbeak caught wind that Samosa has Metroid DNA. Oh, we can just extract it from her. Sweet. Let me make this funny AI shit post and deep fake of an ex-parasite, and that'll lure her over here. I know it. Evil experiments? Something that could have worked with the Lamorns? Oh my gosh, Brian. Yeah, I guess so. Ah, I almost had it. That's a 2 for 2.
You almost had it.
2 for 2. C57 was a failed Metroid recreation. I wouldn't say that. As in recreating a Metroid, as in the green floating jelly brains. It was more replicating their energy siphoning abilities onto something else. Even if it's just like their powers, and then you can give it to other bioweapons or make a weapon out of it for a Chozo or stuff like that. Just giving the fact that it's the only X-Core we don't eat, so we don't know what would be the abilities it would have given us. And then also the fact that like its main abilities, if not, it's probably like something that has to do with just the Hyper Beam, because it's firing the Hyper Beam out of its mouth. But the other notable ability that it uses is to steal energy, and then turning that into a projectile that it's using to fuck with you. But the boss does regain health. Ravenbeak is such a good director when it comes to that X-Parasite video. Yeah, dude. Handycam, Arri 4K, Red 709, a Rec 709 format with a red camera. Threw it on DaVinci and everything. I hope Prime 5 ends up being better. It does a uphill battle. I agree. And it's gonna have to do a lot to like just regain my faith or my trust, if you may. Like I feel that if Prime 5 gets announced, I'll wait until that game comes out. I will look at reviews and then I'll make my purchase, rather than what happened this time, which is like, it's a Metroid game, I'll just buy it. Let's add the X parasites here and see what happens. Reminds me of a certain group of pirates. At least he's got a weapon that can disintegrate it on command. Makes me wonder, if C-57 was supposed to be similar to Metroid, then how did it get infected by the X? Was it because it was dead? I think so. It was because it was... I think it's both. A, because it's dead, but I don't think that an X parasite could just assimilate a Metroid, maybe. I took it more that the powers are similar to that of the Metroids in nature, but not a one-to-one replica, and it doesn't have the Metroid's DNA. It just is another ways that of replicating the Metroid's siphoning abilities, or an early stage of it, and not like a full-on whole shebang type of thing. Ravenbig should make a YouTube channel. He already has one. How do you think the Federation got the video? I feel like Nintendo should give up on the number names for the Prime games. I really think that if it was just called the Beyond and Metroid Prime Federation Force Story Awakens, then I would have been a little bit more open to it, and if they advertised it more of like its own thing. The problem is that it's called Metroid Prime 4, and it continued to be called Metroid Prime 4. And so, you know, that comes with a certain amount of expectations that you chose to have the game when you decided when you decided to make it a sequel or continuation of the Prime games. Because like I feel like part of the reason I was very much open and I guess more open to Federation Force when it came out was because it wasn't cold. It was being transparent with what it was. Rain because a YouTuber is cracking me up. Yo, what's up? Today I am testing out the Capture a Samus challenge. I've seen all these space pirates fail to capture Samus, but I'll see if I have good luck. Ooh, and there you can see I caught a Samus. That was very easy. Type of shit. Here we go. Hey guys, it's Kraid. Gabe, do the bit.
Well, he's not there. Samus! You motherfucker! Look what you did to me! Ah! Come into my belly! I'm gonna eat you! Ah! You bitch! Fuck! These arm bracers are not helping!
I can't crack my packs for value like this!
Screw me now! Fuck you! You know what? I'm gonna use my special powers!
The funny thing is that you could still make the joke that you're not Kraid.
Second power! Oh, damn it! Didn't work out. Fuck!
Dude, what did you eat, man?
I ate everything that I could find. Here, nail attack! Haha! I hit you. Fuck! Bitch! Have my nails! Stop breaking my nails! You know how expensive they are?
Oh no,
Pedicure is not cheap in space! Ah! Okay, you know what? Come here. I'm breaking this shit, Samus! Punch! Hell the fuck yeah! Haha! Now I'm the high ground Anakin! I win! What are you looking at? Stop staring at me! That's nasty. That's not even an attack, that's a physiological disorder! I have a skin problem, don't you make fun of me! So you might stop shooting at me on my belly!
My bullets come with special moisturizing powers.
They don't feel moisturizer, they feel painful.
Moisturize this! Yes.
Haha! I win!
I can do the quick
that
kill.
bitch!
I'm doing the quick kill, but it's way funnier to have the bit, because I try to just parry him. All right. Should we just quick kill him then?
Yeah, do the quick kill.
Thank you for the bet, by the way. That was fantastic.
Breaking news: Space Hunter harasses big fat guy in space.
Yeah. I think that the problem with putting 4 in Metroid Prime 4 is that it doesn't feel like the story is tied to anything that came before it. That you could have just made it its own start and stuff. The only thing that ties it to the previous game is the fact that they decided to go with Silex. But Silex does so little in the game. And you know, the 2D Metroid games, they kind of did away with the numbers, but Super Metroid is still labeled Metroid 3, Fusion is still labeled Metroid 4. This was advertised as Metroid 5 anyway.
You bitch, you're back for more! I'll defeat you! Like I did last time!
I'm sorry, Craig.
Ah!
It's morphing time.
No! Don't you fucking dare!
I'm going to give you an appendix.
Get out of there! That feels horrible! I know I wanted you inside of me, but that's not what I meant!
Boom,
What
I
you
love
doing?
that hero shot.
Stop it! Oh, wait, no! Samus! Samus, please!
No,
Samus!
Craig,
I can't
freed
swim!
you. I freed you.
I cannot swim, you bitch!
Oh shit! I never
I'm
really
driving,
considered. I thought he was. I thought he was so big that the problem was he couldn't. Oh well. Thought that he was just stuck. We wanted to crack packs with him for value. That was a great bit. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you think the reason this crate attacks Samus is because it thinks Samus is one of the mocking soldiers coming back to torture it? Or is it just Crate's nature to attack anything it comes nearby? I think it's a mixture of both, but definitely way more of the fact that it might believe Samus is just another mocking soldier. And as the archives show, they really just like forced them in there. How does the X get him if he's under the lava? I'll show you. They get him by absorbing this spike, this belly spike. If you come back here, when you free the X parasites from Ellen, is missing. I captured it in my video so you can see it, just in case. If anything, it's more surprising that out of just the one belly spike, it had like enough of the DNA makeup to just replicate the entirety of Crate. But what do I know about genetics and what have you? My name isn't Mendel. But doesn't Crate's skeleton disappear as well? What do you mean? He's absorbing the X parasites absorb the belly spike that he left on the arena. It disappears after you free the X parasites. Same as how C57 disappears when you free the X parasites. We can only speculate that somewhere they were planning on having more of a tie-in with Prime 3 within 4. I mean, yes, but like at the same time, it just begs more questions. Because that Federation Force was, you know, that bridge in a sense, with how it labeled and portrayed the Sea Nukes. But then you also have the fact that like, Beyond takes place so much after Corruption that it wouldn't make any sense. Because like and even Federation Force, because those games, according to Silex's log, take place in 20x6, but Beyond starts taking place in 20x9. So like, what the heck, you know? All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need to go get more water. I'm very thirsty from all this yapping.
Ooh, thirsty. All right, Chad. What do we do now, Chad? Yeah, it's been 2 hours. We would kill Metroids? Why do we want to do that? Tokusatsu hot takes? What kind of hot takes? I have a hot take right here. Ghost is shit and the vast majority of Ray was bad. That's my hot take. Wolverine. Oh, yeah, the fucking Wolverine game. I completely forgot about it. I am kind of excited, but at the same time, no, because I remember the last Wolverine game. Here's my talk case. I don't like Dawn Brothers, period. Like the fucking CG Cat and CG Crane are horrible. Are you saying that to me, Brian? Because I know nothing. Yeah, John White Summit. I know. I'm just going to say, I played the first Spider-Man. It was fun, but it's nothing that I've never already seen on a Spider-Man game. They just do. It's like how to say. It's like it's a good game. It's a fun game, but it's just a better version of what we already had of Spider-Man. And there's just so much you can do with Spider-Man. And with Wolverine, there's even less that you can do.
I'm back. My hot take is that I keep forgetting starting any tokusatsu. Well, we're trying to have more watch-alongs in the server, so. There's an actual suit for Pink Dome Brothers. Yeah, I don't like that Dome Brothers didn't like the Black Ranger was just like a CGI chibi looking guy.
So was the pink one.
I could have sworn that there was a few times where it was practical, but I didn't really see Dome Brothers.
Very few.
Funny thing about Spider-Man 2017, but after that I bought Spider-Man 2017, played M2R, it's my first Metroid game, and after that Spider-Man 2016 kind of fell off because Metroid got me on.
Yeah, that's the issue with Spider-Man games. Spider-Man games tend just to be there.
For me, it's more that I think that Insomniac has run dry with their open world gameplay mechanic, because like Spider-Man 2017 just feels like Infamous, but it's Spider-Man, which feels like Ghost of Tsushima, but it's in feudal Japan type of stuff. That type of game doesn't really appeal me anymore, because I feel that normally I'm just like end up running around an empty map in search for the actual things to do, that I would rather just have these be set pieces that I go from one into the other. I don't know, I just feel like the open world mechanic that Sony has been doing in Insomniac specifically since like the PS3 days in like 2007 or 9 or 10, just kind of like reached their peak for me. That like they don't really, you can sell me a game like that, but it's not gonna do much unless there's something else to do. You get that Dome Brothers was probably supposed to be weird, but that doesn't justify making terrible CGI models for the Pink and Black Rangers. It doesn't justify it because it goes against the magic of tokusatsu in the first place. Practical stunts and stuff, you know? Stealth is only fun if you go as fast. It's just... I feel like for the web swinging, I can just load up Spider-Man 2 for the PlayStation 2.
That is true. That's what I
And
said.
have
That
it.
was what I was saying. Like,
And in that game, I'm playing,
Spider-Man.
if I remember correctly, just as Spider-Man. I just didn't like how the game certainly made me play as Miles Morales or Mary Jane when I just wanted to do silly Spider-Man things.
Yeah, like I was saying, because this entire conversation happened because of the new Wolverine game that is coming out soon, and I was like, I'm excited, but not enough to like go my way to hear or find anything about it.
Yeah, for me, it's more the fact
Especially, you remember the Wolverine Origin game?
that vaguely, yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm not that excited.
Yeah. For me, Telgate says that he appreciated the writing and the characters more than the gameplay in Spider-Man, which I can agree. But for me, it's more
Yeah.
like, if I appreciate that more than the gameplay, then I'll just look up the cutscenes. Because when I buy and play a video game, it's mostly because the gameplay is fun and engaging, and I like the loop. And then whatever story and characters and lore is like the icing on those cakes, you know? Like it's the same reason where like I don't really like a lot of these Sony games where it's like more of a where, because even if their stories are fantastic and all this other stuff, the gameplay is just not my type of gameplay, where it doesn't really click with the type of things that I want to do. It's not to say that there isn't an audience, but like I just feel like I'm more of like, if I get to play the game more than just sitting and looking at these, like the game needs to be engaging and hook me first before the whatever fun characters and story you're trying to tell, for me, feels worthy to justify the hours of actual like engagement, because it's not like a movie that I just hit play and I let it do the thing. I have to actively play the game and invest my time and energy to get to those story beats that I just rather like look it up online, you know. Biggest issue, in my opinion, with Insomniac Spider-Man is that it tries to be movie more than game. Spider-Man gameplay feels limited for how fun Spider-Man can be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel that Sony specifically really pushes their games are more movies than games. That it even bled into Beyond's DNA, because when you play Beyond, it feels like, you know, the typical AAA movie over video game type of stuff, where it's like the bigger pictures and then whatever, but there's not like that intricacy of like the action moment to moment thinking and problem solving that might come with like AM2R or Metroid game, that if I were in your shoes, Ghosty, I think the same would have happened. The thing for me is that I didn't buy Spider-Man 2017 because I wasted my money on Persona 5 and Nier Automata before it. Because those games had more gameplay stuff that I wanted. Especially with how fast and agile and fun it is to control 2B and A2 and 9S. And all the different builds you can give them to do the stories and stuff like that. And how that game in particular, the story, the big cinematic story isn't a cutscene, it's the gameplay. It's what you're doing and the things that you're doing and how the camera shifts and all this other stuff that really lets you into the psyche of the characters. You don't even notice it. I don't like it when video games become movies, and press a button to continue cutscene. It's become a movie and cutscene first, gameplay fun second, third, or worse fifth, not adding story stuff and lore items that expand that show more than tell. Yeah, I agree. Also, you missed my Why Lamorne Could Be Evil and Metroid and a Metroid New Game Plus idea. What was it, Brian? Sorry, I really need to go get some water. It's like, oh, you want to make a game more cinematic? Well, just make it a movie instead. Yeah, the way you make it a movie a game more cinematic is, again, why I've been praising Dread. Camera work, body language, gameplay mechanics that really convey a feeling to the player. I was hyper-fixated that I was on a trip to America, when Spider-Man 2016 released, and I bought it in the morning. Wow. Daily, you want to achieve both. Have a great and engaging gameplay with a very engaging and cinematic story. But if I had to choose one over the other, then give me gameplay. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's more like you can have both. But for the story to land and for me to like want to see it through, the gameplay needs to be fun. I'm more willing to sit through a game that has a shitty story because the gameplay is fun than a story that's good but the gameplay is shitty. Kojima's a nut movie, yeah. Yeah, the problem with Kojima is the Kojumbo, or I love my guy Kojumbo. I think he's a great storyteller, but I'm tired that his storytelling is just show, tell, not show. And for being a guy who's obsessed with movies to the point that he says himself that he thinks in movies, it just becomes a little bit more frustrating when your senpai has like all of these fantastic directors playing characters in his game, but he has them all just spew out exposition rather than cut away to showing you the things that might be happening. And it's something that's not new with Death Stranding with my boy Kojumbo. Not only that, wasting more money on the motion capture and movieism than the game stuff, yeah, as well. Metal Gear is simplistic enough in the gameplay you can somewhat tolerate the cutscenes. The keyword is somewhat. I love Metal Gear, but I feel that on replays, I usually just spend more idle time watching people talk to each other and coded conversations than actually doing the gameplay. That I feel that Metal Gear works better as an audiobook than like even a movie. Given that it's usually characters just talking to each other rather than having these interesting camera movements and animations or framing. I love Death Stranding, by the way.
Yeah, talking about Metal Gear, we're getting Metal Gear Peace Walker on PC.
Oh, for shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I live Metal Gear Peace Walker IRL. What are you talking about? Honestly, I have a different problems with each Reiwa Super Sentai changer design, except for Boom Bungers. Changer actually.
I love Boom Bunger.
Kind of stupid. I'm not. Let me look it up. I'm not as familiar with my Sentai.
It's the one with the wheel face.
Yeah, but I gotta see how they all look in their transformation device. Wow, their 6 Ranger is purple. Okay, hold up a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, these suits are ridiculous, but they're in the good way of ridiculous, giving how their poses and how they're actually like leaning into it and embracing it, I would say. I'm assuming the changer is the wrist thing they have. Yeah, I mean, it's because in Sentai is always different. Feels like a movie fan with power than a movie director sometimes. Even if I can love his stuff. No, I love his stuff. Don't get me wrong. I adore Kojumbo. Hideo Kojumbo is like on my top 10 storytellers in a sense. But I feel that Kojumbo's storytelling were its most efficient when he was thinking outside of the box with his story. I recall the sorrow, I recall the end, I recall the pain, I recall the whole remember April 30th, what happens in April 30th for Metal Gear Solid 2. I recall like he found ways to marry the story to the gameplay mechanics that he was doing that it was really interesting and put them out of their head. That now it feels a lot that, you know, since moving forward from like Snake Eater, he was just like way more war has changed. I will talk and we'll speak in code names. So like, you know, I'm sitting there ready to enjoy Death Stranding with my brother, both Kojima nuts, and it's just Guillermo del Toro mentioning things like BBs and BTs and Death Strandings and bridges and all these other things, rather than giving us like cool cutaway cinematics or things that showed what happened. So or playing with a camera angle. So it feels a little bit too safe for given the fact that we're talking about Mr. Hideo Kojima. Feel like Other M had better cinematography. It's gonna go for 100% Other M, but stream is keeping me on. Wow, I guess I'll do it tomorrow. I mean, there's not much to gain from the 100% in Other M, but it's kind of like Dread, where it's just fun to collect the items even if there's nothing really inherently tied to it. I was talking about the Lamorn being inherently evil, or the green crystal being the reason why they're evil. In New Game Plus, Metroid idea, have all power-ups at the start except energy, missile expansions. Enemies perhaps buff beat the game faster. I feel that that would be fun, but at the same time, it just kind of like defeats the purpose of it all. The fun of Metroid is having the right tools to get to the right places. That I feel that like in that case, all it will take is just some energy tanks for you to grow strong enough to be able to tank anything and just beat the game no problem. That I don't think it would be inherently adding much to it. I think New Game Plus works at its best when it's like, especially given how short a Metroid game is, that you can get to that powered state in no time. That I would like a New Game Plus to just be like adding an extra crux or mechanic rather than you have all your power-ups at the start. Though I really like the idea of the green energy or whatever turning the Lamorn evil, and it was Celix and all this other stuff. Don't forget the Fury. The Fury. Fury was the most unimpressive of the Cobras. Yeah. But he's still pretty cool. Any story gameplay crosses over, it feels so much stronger. Yeah, I just enjoy Other M 100% whenever I replay it. Yeah, no, me too, Ghosty. I totally get you. Alright, so what did we decide? A little bit of Lizard, a little bit of Unbeatable, or more Dread?
I say unbeatable.
Alright. You know, I'm talking like I feel that Yoko Taro is doing the Kojima thing better than Kojima because he's still finding ways to go outside the box to tell its story. And part of that story involves you deleting your save file. So it feels like it's back to that like whimsical, I'm using the gameplay and all of the things around it to tell the story rather than I have characters talk about the story. I like Death Stranding because of the gameplay though, because I found the satisfaction of planning a route and going out on a hike and an adventure and trying to get to this other place and trying to build the chiral network systems to make these revisits a lot faster and what have you. But just getting to the point where you can do all those stuff takes so long that I would equate it to being the biggest issue about what do you call it? Death Stranding and stuff. Gameplay requiring the deletion of my save file will be traumatic for me. Yeah, and the only the without getting too much into it, the reason the game forces you to delete your save file is because, in a sense, it's forcing you to detach yourself with all your progress and all this other thing in order for the characters to truly have a happy ending. In a sense, you have to let go. And what better way of making the player feel that they let go than deleting their 100% save file like I did? Again, Yoko Taro thinks in Kojima, but let's break the box. Because like it's all about like a cycle that keeps repeating, and in a sense, you're formed part of that cycle by engaging with the media in the first place. So it's a thing that works on 3 different levels, and that's why I'm pretty cool with it and obsessed with it. I do like Phantom Pain somewhat, trying to make it so that you get a certain cutscenes and moments due to how you act in the game, and you might even see certain things, but it's definitely not as in your face as 2 or 3. I really like Phantom Pain, but again, I like it because the gameplay, it's just so much fun and so satisfying that whatever shortcomings came from the story, I was able to look past because you had things like Miller making his Miller burgers and what have you.
I still remember one time I went to your house and you were like, "Hey, look at this," and you show me how you like collect resources and units and shit for your base. And you're like, "Okay, now wait this," and you put up the fucking SpongeBob song from the first episode.
Yeah, I put out the SpongeBob box and I just like It was with the
Sunshine,
yeah, because you were stuck in that mission. I'm like, dude, check this out that you
Yep.
could do in the game.
You're like
I'm surprised you still remember that bit. That was great. I think that clip might live somewhere on my PS4 hard drive, probably. Hey chat, I thought we wanted to see Purple together. Let's watch Purple. That's
What
the
if she
joke.
was purple?
No, the joke is just it was just do you want to you want to watch Purple?
You wanna watch purple with me?
You want to watch Purple with me? It's Purple. I'm very close to 100%ing this game, actually. 92%? Pretty great. Alright. One final bit, just to scare Beyond fans. Yeah. Ooh, ah, ooh.
Listen.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, this is. Wow, Brian, I give you the thing you were asking me for. All right, no more Neo Nail.
No more
Like,
F-Zero.
anyway, here's my take
No
on
more
each
melee.
Reiwa Sentai Charger. Changer designer. Kirami Ranger, bland. Senkai Ranger, too bulky. Dumb Brothers, too toy-like. King Oja, messy. Boom,
I love
Boom
Oja.
Boomgers, perfect. Gozyuger, too bulky. You know how Samus
I
gets a
personally
viola?
loved King Oger and Gosunger.
You know how Samus gets a Viola bike?
Yeah.
And Link gets like a little stick sword? Well, I get a mech. And on top of my mech, I have updated my mech and I crafted. Yes, the word, you heard that word correctly, crafted. Because this open world game has a crafting system with things that don't break. A super weapon. That's this giant ass Metal Gear Rex rail cannon I carry on top of me. No more Neo Nail. All the Neo Nail is for me. Yeah, you can't have Neo Nail. I'm hogging all the Yelma, I'm hogging all the Neo Nail, and I'm hogging all the Liesel. And Lizard, because she's also in this game. She's in the Shadow the Hedgehog machine. Look at her go. Why is Lizard in the Shadow the Hedgehog mech? Because she's the coolest. HA2 Speedwalkers fans, you can ride Metal Gear. Ah, how to scare. Peace Walkers fans, you can ride your Metal Gear. Yeah, not only can you ride your Metal Gears, but your Metal Gears can walk. Don't the mechs have crazy costs for fixing repairs if you don't have insurance? Yes, but if you run out of insurance, it's kind of on you, dude. It's just pressing B at a particular prompt. Like I spent a decade and broken most of my skills, and I've only run out of insurance once. And even then, making money in this game is so easy that, like, you know, you'll be swimming on it. All right. I'm just gonna take a quick trip to Soul Valley, but my mech walks too slow. Chatin Aran. Look, I got my viola. See, when the Beyond trailer showed Soul Valley, I thought it would be closer to this which I know Gabe can attest to, somebody else who's played the game, has a lot of areas you cannot reach because you're gated by your mobility options, slash a lot of caves and secrets for you to discover and find more wildlife. And it also has a what is it called? Lockbooks. I couldn't get into the end game. What do you mean by you couldn't get into? Like this, the story, the mechanic, you just didn't reach there? Is it Xenoblade X? Is it Beyond? I'm just trying to find something big to shoot my laser at. Why is the open world not an empty desert? The variety scares me. Don't worry, Ghosty, we're gonna scare you more.
Well, we are gonna go to the desert area.
Yeah, no,
Going
we're
through
to the
here.
desert area. One of the 2 desert areas.
And it still feels a lot more open, more vast, more full, if you may.
It's the fact that there's actual places and landmarks that you see on the horizon and you go like, wow, can I go there? And then you go there. You're like, yeah, I can go there. And then you find something hidden there. Super weapon schematic, powerful weapon, rare materials, more credits, up robe, fast travel. It's got the
Hello,
little bit-
D-Brand.
Holy
Brand?
shit, Pon.
Oh, hey, Pawn.
Hi, I'm only here for a little bit.
Oh, well, you're here for the Xenoblade X bit.
Xenoblade.
Where the fuck did you pop
It-
from? Where the fuck did you pop from? I'm gonna have to give you a bell or some shit. Goddamn.
I was gonna say, is he on stream?
Who's on stream?
Hard?
No.
Oh,
Do you want Pard on stream?
just for now. About to head back out, but once he
Croco
part, just
quickly
one.
sends you one request, Spawn. Finish the damn game. We need someone
I
else
know, I
to talk
gotta
to
finish
about
it.
chapter 13. Same to you, Gabe.
Yeah, finish the game.
I should.
You know what? I'll finish the game in 2 weeks if you watch Drive.
He says he finished the game in 2 weeks if you watch Drive.
Okay.
All right.
Damn, that was that easy?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we watched 2 episodes of X8. It's still early enough that we can just pivot to Drive or alternate between one and the other.
Yeah.
Where's my fucking Staples button? That was easy.
That was easy.
Yeah.
Mods, there's
That was
a
extremely easy.
there's a bot. It felt way
There's
too
a
grinding
bot?
outside of cheesing with a phoenix on spiders than having to get the gear set.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I can
I'm
understand.
lobbing.
Yeah, I understand what you mentioned. The game can be a little bit grindy for some. I like it because I did my grinding in chunks and I just was more of the exploring, so I never really struggled with levels, if you may. But I can totally get why people don't like the game. But
I will say, the time that I've spent playing, I did actually enjoy. But I might have to do it when I'm not subbed to Lizard, because Lizard is the deciding.
why do you
Voice
have to
when it comes
make why
to-
do you have to make me choose between Leezer and Elmo? Why can it not be both?
No, what I'm saying is, whenever I'm playing, Lizard's mostly the deciding voice when it comes to playing other games or not.
Play.
Huh?
Con.
Lizard. But I should get back to it, even though
Con.
Lizard's also in. Huh?
Look,
Is he on stream?
maybe.
It's fun! It's fun! No, don't do this to me. Don't.
It's funny because I already have my vote on who's gonna be the third one.
The 2 very best.
Lizard Tombuoyant? Elma Lizard? Did somebody say exit? Yeah, we did. Well,
Yeah, that's yeah.
See, Pon? Purple is aiming the gun. If you don't play them, purple will.
Shoot.
Shoot. Purple is Sony. Sorry, I get distracted. Speaking about
You should hold a
viewers,
knife in your left hand and a gun in your right.
to just explain again how to scare Prime 4 fans, we must go beyond.
Yo, did you forget everything I taught you?
No. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
What
Also,
did
my
you do?
combat didn't fall into place with me. Yeah, I can totally get that as well. It's like it's very MMO-y, and it's very open-ended to the degree that it's a problem. I can agree with that, which is why I've always sort of recommended X with a giant asterisk. But I've met less people who played it and they didn't like just fall into it. Because I also feel that the advantage about X, if you don't want to do the grinding and you don't know about the combat, it's so easy to just look up online how to make a broken build early game, and then just stick with it.
Okay. I might have to head out. At least got the sea part and fog
And purple.
and purple.
How could you forget the neatest thing? Yeah, there's a Sky Island chat, and you see the Sky Island from like the beginning of the game. And, like you gotta just
Yeah, and you always wonder what's there.
and then you go there and you find stuff, and there's side quests that take place all the way up here.
I might actually have to go there for a mission that I picked up.
Oh, check
Yeah,
out. I mean,
it's one of those. It's one of those scavenger hunts one.
ah, yeah, okay. I mean, I
Think?
need super
I
well.
should get me myself some matcha tea or some shit, dude.
Okay, well, I'm gonna head out.
Alright.
Bye, Pon. I need some matcha coffee or some matcha tea.
Oh, I forget these guys were 60.
Melee attack.
Well, they resist the elements, but they don't resist your looks.
No, so the difficulty curve from end of chapter 6 to 7, or don't remember which, but 3 back-to-back boss battles where you're on the ground and you have to battle skills while on the ground. I think it's chapter 5 what you're thinking. The chapter 6 has you fighting the Sphinx. And then chapter 7, I believe, is the scales and something else. No, I'm thinking of chapter 8. Yeah. It's the Ice Zone, Silverloom. And you're thinking about different chapters, because the duel at Silverloom against there's a duel at Silverloom, but then there's also fighting the Skell in the desert, but that's a one boss type of thing rather than a horde. You could just use gravity weapons against Skells or ether weapons, and you deal more massive damage. It's just the game asking you to like. It's the Pokemon aspect of the game where thermal, electrical, and stuff is based around what you do. But there's a lot of quality of life improvements done to the Switch version that I think make the game of the Wii U just completely obsolete. I have a question. What do you think of the Fize Blaster form? It's okay. I just think it's too safe.
I like it, but I'm not too crazy over it.
No, I'm gonna
Like, I
look
think
up-
it's a fun, like one of those like super forms are like just an upgrade of the base form.
Yeah, I like it in those regards. I usually like when the final form feels like more of an upgrade to the base form rather than this extravagant shiny thing. Oh,
Like Zero 2, for example.
I'm a lizard. Ugh, times 8. I'm just reading that. Sorry. Have a good one, Orpheon and chat. Thank you, Tailgated. Have a nice day as well. I hope you guys have a nice weekend and Valentine's Day. Now, I'm going to see these Henshin devices that Dusty was so kind of listing. Alright, the first one is Kiami Ranger. What do you call these? Changers? Right?
Yeah, those are more changers. In the US are morphers.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean about I agree. The Kiami Ranger is kind of bland.
It's simple enough.
Senkaiger? Too bulky.
The Senkaiger is a gun.
Yeah, I'm looking them up. I agree with the bulkiness, but I guess I kind of like it because it doubles as a gun.
Me too.
So it's both changer and weapon. So like I feel like it's got more
Mm-hmm.
playability. So I like the fact that it's a bulky. Because I feel sometimes tokusatsu roleplay toys tend to be a little bit too small. Dome Brothers. Yeah, I don't really like this one. I agree with one. I agree with you too, Toetic. Yeah, I feel like the other gun was a little bit more fun with like it's got the thing that you gotta spin and the disc that this feels like that, but what if it was more toyetic? King Oja. Oh yeah,
I
it's the
like
sword.
Tinoka. Yeah.
Okay, I like the sword. I don't like the hilt. I do agree that the hilt looks a little bit too messy for my like. That I think there could have been another way of incorporate it into the sword. Boon
Boom Bunja.
Bungers.
I love Boom Bunja.
So how does this one work?
It's a wheelie. That basically what they do is that they put it on their shoulder and then they like roll it through their arm to like have the wind spin
Oh,
like the
okay.
engine.
Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. No, that seems like fun, especially because like, oh, okay, you remove it from the thing, like you still keep the wrist thing, but you just remove the core piece and spin it on. Okay, yeah, no, this is pretty cool. I would have loved that as a toy as a kid.
It's so fun. I love that season. It was so fun.
Rosuger. Wow, I wouldn't be even tell you what I'm looking at here.
It's like a claw dagger thing. You put it on your hand. It's like a dagger. Like Baldo's weapons,
Yeah.
basically that. And then basically they like clap it, kind of like they do in Saint Kiger, and they transform.
I don't know how I feel about it. I like the fact that the toy doubles as like a little ranger toy though. I feel like that gives it bonus points in my book because I feel like I'm getting more than one thing. You know? Wow, 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 ooh, wow. Wow. Oh. Sorry, I think it was chapter 9 was Silverlum. No, yeah, if you're thinking I was gonna say the back-to-back scale fights in chapter 9 and then chapter 10, I guess 11. But only in 9 are you forced to fight off scale, and then the next time you can fight a skull without having one is 11, when you're sneaking in. But, by that point, you could have had builds that really do a lot of gravity-based damage, or I think it's electric damage, and you can short circuit and just disintegrate the scales because of there being very big mechanical things. Although I wish I had a standby loop, but I don't know if that matters. I wouldn't really say it matters a lot. I don't. Standby loops are fun, but I think I would rather have something that's fun first than loud, and what have you. Because then it can also get more annoying as a toy. I'm reminded of the Standby Gengolo Ghost. Bachi Mira. Bachi
Yeah, like
Mira. And then it
Ghost is
kind
good with the music, the henshin, but the story and the forms not so much.
of. I feel that there's few Kamen Riders that even Kamen Riders that have. There's only few of them that I feel have a standby loop that I find engaging, and it's because they tend to be non-intrusive or not as bombastic. And I'm thinking about like the 01 or builds. Doubles. Agito. Now I'm just naming Kamen Riders.
You know who has like I know Build is the best one and Drive is my favorite, but there is one henshin that I'm like is probably the cleanest, the most simple, and one of the best. Wizards.
Yeah, I like Wizards. I think the Shabudubi Touch is a more interesting standby phase because it's a catchy jingle. It's very funky. But I also like the fact is that because Wizard those Henshin ritual plays to it, so you don't hear the Shabudubi Touch the Henshin for too long compared to the Ghost Bachimira. Trying to load Unbeatable. So I'm not gonna play too long of this. It's just gonna be
Because yeah, you've been 2 hours in here.
yeah,
almost 3
hours actually. Unless we just call it a stream. I don't mind just chatting with chat and we can save Unbeatable for a proper next stream.
Yeah, say fucking call it in.
All right. You know what? I'll still in chit chat with chat a little bit for a little bit longer. I'll just load up my Switch. For sure next stream I'll start with Unbeatable because that's in my I want to play this game because I want to play this game. Chronos is on sale? Still too much.
Oh, the horror one?
Yeah.
How much?
I think it's let me see.
Oh wait, Dino Crisis. Don't forget about Dino Crisis.
Oh yeah.
Dino Crisis 1 and 2, $4 each. This is why you have me here.
I know.
To remind you about bad business practices.
The Devil May Cry pack is also giving me the little wink eye. Okay, what
I mean,
if
you have all the Devil May Cry
play
for me.
jumping only into Unbeatable, we also jump into DMC5.
And you see, now you're playing with fire right there.
I mean, why not? Bang, bang, bang.
Pull my devil trigger. Oh fuck! Virtua Fighter 5 is $11. Fuck, I might dip on that.
See how much is Chronos. Get the Dino
Oh, it's still too much.
Also, Resident Evil. I mean, I'd be down to play Resident Evil. I love Resi. Croco is playing Resident Evil 4 for the first time. Like he was with me when I played it the first time growing up, and what have you on the Nintendo Wii. But now he's doing his own run. Yeah, fair enough. It becomes more annoying when the two riders start henshin and all the noise begins to clash. Yeah, Kronos has a great standby phase. Yeah, Kronos is a standby. I think that Kronos for sure. It's got a fantastic standby phase. I have the Kronos SH figure arts on my shelf right now. I feel like the Boggle Driver SWI should have been the main driver because it looks more sleek and less ISO compared to the gaming driver. Yeah, it's just that the gaming driver was fun because you could have the 2 Gashat slots. And that's, I feel, why it's as bulky as it is, because it's the only way they could have made the whole system work and still keep it sort of money relevant, because it's like the mirror versus the Boggle Driver that's just meant to hold a 1 Gashat.
Gachato.
My issue is just the overall loudness of the Gashat and X8 as a whole, and maybe whatever. But
I one thing I do love about X8 is the critical finish.
Critical strike. Yeah, I like that. Game clear.
And the fuck, how unique.
$40 or so, I think.
not bad, but it could be lower.
That's how I feel. Remember Me? Wow, I forgot about this game. I was trying to see what other stuff Capcom has. Resident Evil Revelations. Oh, Resident Evil Zero's on here? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a video bit. It is a. I mean, it is a video game based story. Yeah, I know. There's a reason, but the loudness can still be annoying. Did some work on that Pyro K, Cryo K, and Electro K beams. Could do in its lore. Deviated a bit to where it feels like it could be a new beams abilities for a Prime 5. I just think like I don't mind the retread of beam abilities from Metroid because there's only so much things that you can actually do. That I think that the important thing is that they are substantial in the differences that they lean to exploration. The problem I will say is that the Prime games haven't really evolved past the beam is used to open a door that is locked, and it's never like I gotta freeze these guys or the water to create platforms or melt something to create a path. It's always just opening a door. The fact that neither Echoes or Corruption or Beyond try and play with environmental roadblocks that your beams can just circumvent by applying energy or changing the state of something in your surroundings, quite like missiles and bombs do, would have been like the natural way to just incorporate the same beams, but now they feel different.
Oh, did you die, my friend?
No, I was just
Oh.
lost in thought. I recollect. Sorry, where were we?
You were going to get the Dino Crisis, I think. Were you?
Probably.
And then we were talking about X8.
Yeah, and then we were talking about X8 and the drivers. I'm trying to think of the next thing I could say about Tokusatsu. Kamen Rider Evolas and Los Handsomest Man and all of the Tokusatsus.
You know what? Favorite secondary rider.
Wow, that's tough. I'm disappointed that no one in chat recognized the Resident Evil Saber music before I reveal what I had loaded in the background for like the 20 minutes I'll be on stream. No, you're good. No, you're just doing it.
Are you excited for
I'm looking
the
Kamen Rider.
Oh, you're looking like a list of pictures, just
Yeah,
like
I'm kind of a visual person.
yeah.
Visual
Are you excited for the Agito movie? Are you excited for the Agito movie?
Yeah, but I'm more interested in watching the Shin Kamen Rider first.
I will watch that movie again. I saw it on theaters.
Scourge Hive did something like that too. Another recommend if you haven't played it. I've seen of it. I remember it being out during the DS era, but I never really had it. Most of my DS games were first-party Nintendo stuff at the end of the day, and the Mega Man occasional stuff from Capcom and Konami. there's Spectre, there's Ixa, there's Knight, Axel, shit, Beast. Oh my gosh, Maha.
Beast is definitely on the top 3,
If
100%.
I can give you my top 5, Maha, Beast, Axel, Knight, and Brave.
Yeah.
I don't remember much of Ixa because I don't know. I've not seen Kiba. I think Kiba's the only Kamen Rider I haven't seen.
I saw Kiba with Pawn.
Bitch. It got way later than I originally thought of. Oh, I do love the Kamen Rider Beast Dice Saber. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Say Cross. Yeah, Cross is cool. The thing is that from the boys, Crows from Build is my least favorite. And I don't mean that in the sense that I think he's bad. It's just that I like Rogue, Grease, and Build and Evolve so much.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, tank controls. Who doesn't remember them? How to scare a first-person shooter player? Show them Resident Evil.
Yeah, show them the original Resident Evil. Japan. Sweet. Excellent. Still be there. How to scare over the shoulder fans. Kind of hard to hear me. Oh, it's because I moved I moved my microphone away from my mouth. How about now? Is this better?
Oh my. From your mouth.
From my mouth. No one chat to hear my slurping sounds. Having some noodles. I used to play this one. Well, I used to play the original 4 a lot. But mostly it was like Resi 1 and Resi 4. I do like Kamen Rider Ixa in terms of suit design, so I'm not sure about the character. Yeah, I mean, I like the suit. I like the henshin.
Well,
I
which
was
character?
I was just
Because
trying to say
there's
about the
3
character.
Ixas.
And with the
There's
build
3
things...
Ixa riders.
Huh?
There's 3 Ixas, so which one?
No, I don't know. He just wrote Ixa. It's like birth. But what I was saying is like I know that Cross was my least favorite of the build characters because it's the only one I don't have an SH Figure Arts. I have the other 4. Just missing Banjo. Oh shit. Ugh. There's something in this depression, but the great is in their way. All right. Hmm. The Sleeping Night. This bit will never die. Well, as long as it's not annoying for you guys, you know.
This bit will never
This
die.
bit will never die. It'll just be a shitpost in a wide void.
I honestly need to remember not to go autopilot on Shin Megami Tensei.
Right? That's the worst part. Like I feel like I'm pretty good at Shin Megami, and then the problem is I make these builds and I get autopilot, and then I forget the strategy, and then I die. This is very Metroid 2 of me, I know, but whenever I think of Metroid Survival Horror, I will think of the idea of having a prequel game of playing as a research team that went into SR3DA. Yeah, that could work. I mean, a survival horror, like if you had like just the Federation troopers on Bureaus and you lean onto the horror and stuff like that, you could have had a Metroid Survival Horror. Woe to those who disturb my sleep. There's a switch here. I mean, the bit will probably die once everyone knows that Prime 4 is not good. Will it though? Yeah, Metroid Survival Horror where you're not playing as Samus, you're just playing as someone else. Sunshine will awaken me. Thought I could press on the button. Hmm. Oh wait, found it. Ah, okay. It's this one. Now look for the other heart. There we go. Oh, it's a death mask. Shit. So, Gay, what would you reckon would happen if I wore this?
Good question.
Really?
What would happen?
Really?
I know what you're referencing to. Don't worry. I know exactly the reference because everybody knows the reference. Because guess who worked on this is Resident Evil 4, right?
One.
1. Damn, then it's another. Okay, then what? Another person besides Hideki Kamiya is a fan of the show. Okay.
Wait a fucking minute. Why is the ship different in Prime 4 then? Because Samus just decided to bring the other ship back. I don't know, man. It doesn't really matter. I think that people just look too much into every minute detail that it needs to make sense to something else, man. A lot of it is just video game logic. That would be my guess. Stala is either a 2D side scroller or fixed camera 3D survival horror. I like the fixed camera 3D survival horror because then you can like make it more of its own thing. Oh yeah, you're right, because like the space pirates, you'll never see the ship again after the intro. Precisely. Why does that happen? I sacrificed my humanity, Gaben. Dorfula Brantombo. Wow, that's a name. Dorfula Brantombo. It's just like the amalgamation of all the. Should probably got it. See, the Federation would be interesting if Jill was in it. Yeah, I guess. You just need to have a cast of characters like Jill or Leon or Chris to be interesting, but at the same time also like a villain, per se. But yeah, I mean, if you just putting Jill in the Federation would make the Federation way more interesting, but that's cheating because it's Jill. I already love Jill. Like a Digimon, Dorfula Brondo
Digimon?
Tombo becomes Diorful. Diorf. Oh my gosh, all these first praise. Gotta grab everything. I gotta be greedy and put everything into my vault box for me. Oh, grenade. Give me that grenade ammo. Gosh, I just love horror game like save rooms, man. I'm not gonna need the death mast for now, so I'll go check those rooms. Alright, you can play as Chris Redfield as well, right? Yeah, you play as either Jill or Chris in the same way that in Resident Evil 2. You play as either Claire or Leon. I left some bullets in the room to the right. Feel free to use them if you manage to get yourself in trouble. Barry. Shoutouts to Barry. He's the true homie of these games. You're almost a Jill sandwich. See, Lukes, that's right. This is the ultimate life form of Machtroids. Well, they're not Machtroids, they're Metroids. Did we ever see Jill again in Resident Evil? Yeah, Resident Evil 3.
Many, many times.
She's in 3. She's in 5.
Mm-hmm.
Jill.
Barry, I didn't mean to get you that excited.
Right.
We see her in 1, 3, Revelations 5. We technically also see her in Chronicles Resistance and Dev Island, I think.
A letter slipped inside the top part of... The top part of this letter is torn off. The rest of the letter is legible. Alma, I have tried to survive only to see you again, but my efforts only delay the inevitable. I am infected, and there's no cure for what will follow, except to end my life before I lose the only thing that separates me from them. My love for you. In 1 over, I'll have entered my eternal sleep where there is peace. Please understand. Know that I'm sorry. Great reference.
What do you make of it?
Well, I guess we were right about this mansion being quite unnatural.
You have a way with understatements.
Where's the part that's torn off?
Well, my only guess is that it was the most important part, and somebody didn't want anyone to see it. Let's continue our investigation.
Apparently Sam is working with the Federation Solar like in Resident Evil 3 when Jill works with the Umbrella Silver Mercenaries. That could also work, but I just like the idea of just making a brand new protagonist because I think we all just associate with Sam as Aaron, I can do anything. That puts might put the survival horror a little bit on pause, where in most of these games the magic is just like you're just playing as a regular average person that might have a few little bit military prowess. So not to say that I don't think the Zero Suit Samus wouldn't work, but being a spin-off, I think it would be fun if there was like a new character. Boulder Punch. Wait, that's not Chris Redfield. I don't know what are you talking about. That is Chris Redfield. He's so buffed and so cool.
He's so cool. You get
He's so cool. I punched the rock Wesker. Eat shit. Dead bugs. Oh, gross. Bee specimen. Gosh, I really don't like bugs. This also reminds me a lot of a specific room in Signalis. Who take the fish hook? Yes, I will take the fish hook. Biological reports that giving Samus her Nero, but unlike Samus, they're full-time survival horror protagonists. Yeah. It'd be interesting to play as a new character in a Metro game. I'm ignoring Federation Force. Yeah, I mean, I also ignore Federation Force because the characters didn't have identities. They were just whatever troopers. Unfortunately, you know. A fish.
A fish? A
A
fish? A fish.
fish. The fact that the only time Prime Samus spoke is to Federation Force. Yeah, I mean, but in that it feels like it gets natural, but it is very funny. He is my deadweight. Why are we talking about deadweight? Shoutouts to deadweight. By the way, chat, next Friday, I'll be co-hosting Deadweight stream, by the way. Not the bee!
Just to be.
Not the bee! I got scared by a bee. So if you wanna see more of my stream, but not necessarily me playing the game, but Deadweight getting lost in Metroid Prime 2, then consider giving him a follow on his channel. The Wind Crest. Bees like me, playing Metroid 1. I can't aim for my life. Kamen Rider Zabi Power. Another thing to talk about in regards to Kokusatsu. Speaking of bees, Nicolas Cage playing Spider-Man Noir live action. What? There's a live action Spider-Man Noir?
Is there?
Apparently. Nicolas Cage is playing Spider-Man Noir.
He's the voice actor for the Spider-Man Noir.
But apparently, according to Brian, oh, it's a show? A live action show? Look at the trailer. No. I'm not gonna boost the corpo. Really? They're making a show of Kamen Rider Noir, and they're just putting Nicolas Cage because of the Beyond the Burst into the spiders. How come Into the Spider-Verse doesn't have the Tokusatsu Spider-Man?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's the writer that is associated with that mistake. Kamen Rider Noir? Skull? Maximum Drive. The fact that Spider-Verse did have that Spider-Man, yet movies didn't. What do you mean? There was Tokusatsu? Was he in the movie? I didn't see the sequel.
I don't remember seeing him in the movie.
I only saw the first one. I hear that the second one is pretty good. Unfortunately, apparently he ends in a cliffhanger. Oh, the comics.
Yeah, the movie ended on a cliffhanger.
That's unfortunate. Given that it's a long movie, but...
It is really long.
And it's a sequel. Right, I think I got everything that there is here. Let me drop these items in my handy dandy save room box. Imagine playing this as Chris when you only have 6 inventory slots. Just play Jill because Jill is my goat. I'm also disappointed on how they portrayed Spectacular Spider-Man in Spider-Verse 2. No, not my PD. Wouldn't be able to tell you. Again, I haven't seen the sequel. At least you can guess what's gonna happen next after Cross the Spider-Verse looks at Prime 4. I mean, I feel like that's comparing oranges to apples because in the one hand, one of those projects has an intended plan for a sequel in mind. Well, the other one was just meant to be a game, like, you know, the same way that they had the cliffhanger for Prime 1 and 2 and 3. They didn't really have the other games greenlit as far as I can remember, but they work on themselves in a vacuum because it's supposed to be more about like that cosmic fear that the galaxy will never be at peace because despite all your efforts to save Talon 4, a new enemy will arise. So if we never got echoes and Danksamos and all that other stuff, you could have at least stayed like that in that angle or portray it like that. Oh, yes, me. Oh.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded.
No, I'm pretty fine.
Whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
I think he died.
Bring me serum.
Who died?
I saw some, but didn't bring any.
In the
I'll
medical
go and
center.
get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
Alright, I gotta find him the serum or else he dies. Oh. Oh shit, he's all the way over there, right? Hmm. We gotta go save Richard! Only problem is I gotta debate those 2 zombies again. Hopefully it won't be too much of a problem. This door. This is very much like, I play all these horror games as a kid, and I think that the reason I like them is because they intrinsically feel Metroid adjacent in some ways. Oh. Get off me. Gotta go save Richard. And I don't want to kill you because if not, you come back alive as a red zombie. Okay, now I gotta find more, what's it called? Carotene?
Maybe.
There's the serum. I could use some healing myself. I'll take an herb. So the of how that Spot starts as a pathetic villain and then becomes a world-ending being as the story goes on sounds very interesting. Who are we talking about?
Right, I think I need to go get me some matcha coffee or tea because I'm
Drowsy.
not it today.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna go save Richard and then probably call it a stream.
Yeah.
Spider-Verse still? Okay. I was just making sure because I all of a sudden saw Spot being named with like a capital S, and I'm like, what? Who?
See you, nerd.
See ya, Gabe. Thank
See you, Chad.
Sursu change is lame. I used to watch a lot of Spider-Man growing up, but I feel that the older I get and stuff, I started knowing more about what happened in the comics through my brother, who was big into comics, and then just reading whatever strips he had. Real spectacular Spidey wouldn't give up, letting people die because canon events said so. He would walk away.
Here, Richard. I'm gonna give you a shot.
Hey, I
In
saved him.
there.
Jill, here's my radio. Take it. I'm... Does it ever not hurt?
No, it always hurts. Delaying the inevitable. There, Chivo. Can I get some herbs? How did we get to talk about Spider-Man? That's a very good question. I think it's because somebody had mentioned, a ghosty had mentioned that they bought Spider-Man 2017 at the same time they discovered AM2R. And then from there it just started like discombobulating, if you may, into other topics. Oh shit. Thing from the bees, and I brought up Nicolas Cage Noir. No, it's Ghosty's fault. They mentioned Spider-Man first in the stream. These games are so dark, man. I can barely see it on my screen. Then who mentioned 2017 first? That's as far back as I remember the first mentioning of Spider-Man, at least this stream. So sad that Kamen Rider Demons wasn't included in the Spider-Verse. Yeah, I thought the same when I thought of demons. Ah. Wait, there isn't anything in here? So dark to see much of anything. Can't I grab that thing? Oh shit, this might be bad. Wait a minute. Okay, the problem is that it's dark. You need to light up this room. Guess I need my firelight, my lighter. Whoa, miss me. Swear, I hate it when there's Kamen Rider stuff with wasted potential. Don't you just hate wasted potential in general. Just look at Beyond. It had so much potential. Here's a new mobility option for Samus and a new world, a villain that's basically a clean slate that already has a lot of the previous work done with it. Again, I don't blame the team. It's definitely a case where they were rushed. It troubled development cycle, but Chad, I swear, if I see the name Spider-Man show up at least 4 more times, I would probably just go kill the stream because I'm Marvel. Also, Spectacular Spider-Man is like definitive Spider-Man adaptation, taking everything from comics, previous shows, and Raimi movies at the time, combining men in the best way. Well, it would have been the best if Disney Sony didn't ruin it. I was so hyped that Kenzo Suga became a Kamen Rider, only to die the next 2 episodes. I think I watched Revise up until the point where there's like the Venom's looking suit, and then I said Spider-Man, and then Ew, Orpheon is a Batman fan, it seems. Yeah, I mean, he was always my favorite superhero growing up, actually, because of the whole detective aspect about it. Spider-Man was my favorite Marvel character. But you know, I don't pick sides. I'm just a consumer, and I enjoy the better stories. The best stories that I liked. Another amazing show canceled because corporal meddling in businesses. Yeah, that's why we need to find a way that we can promote indie shows. It's not as easy as producing an indie game or supporting it as well. But we need the indies. It's also funny that you just named Batman, because literally my favorite superhero movie is the Batman. Not like the one with what's his name, Robert Pattinson. I really am a fan of the cinematography of that movie and the action and some of the frames and stuff. It's very creative. I forgot to take a healing thing. Here I go dying. I also liked a lot of like the Batman graphic novels and cartoon growing up, like I got the Halloween. Oh shit, this camera is really fucking with me. Oh shit, this camera is really fucking with me. The Halloween costumes from when I was a kid. And it was mostly Spider-Man, Batman, or Iron Man. Occasional Cyclops. Yeah, that works. No, no, no. Yeah, I can definitely see, considering how Batman also comes with Gotham, with, let's be honest, is the coolest superhero setting for dark atmosphere. Yeah, and it also has to do a lot with the fact that, like, I liked Batman villains growing up. I grew up with the Batman animated cartoon, of course, so, like, you know, Mark Hamill is the Joker era, I guess. But I always liked that the villains in Batman were like depthful and complex. Some of them even with like empathetic reasons that I feel were echoed in Spider-Man. But I just like a little bit more the groundedness that there might be in the Batman universe, where Spider-Man is way more fantastical oriented. Between things like Symbiote and Mysterio and Dr. Octagonopus and what you have, Spectacular Spider-Man, sorry, Avengers, and Wolverine, and the X-Men. The Disney wanted to make their lazy shows that sell toys, of course, because they would. Why wouldn't you want to sell toys and just take the easy way to make money? But like the Spider-Man and Batman have always been in my mind like the pinnacles of superhero stories and superhero comics. Because it's really a story more centered about their protagonists and their struggles of living the double life and trying to make the world a better place, but I like it that they go about it in like very different routes in different ways. Um, and I like the fact that, as Ghosty just mentioned, that they portray Batman as sort of like an underdog. So like at no point in the story are you sure whether or not Batman can do it in the end of the day, which I guess it's something I liked in Metroid later on with like the same. I felt the same thing happening with Samus. Well, say Spider-Man is something I see more in the fantasy setting with action and comic oriented that makes for fun and interest. But at the end of the day, the things I found more fun about Spider-Man were like the deeper inner conflicts that would plague someone like Peter Parker trying to be like an ordinary person, but thrusted with great power and the responsibility that comes behind it and all this other stuff that makes him more interesting than like the villains or the stuff for me growing up. I'm talking about like 90s era of both of these superheroes. Now at this point we'll consider Batman to be a plot armor fan, but still good underdog. Batman story still a good story law. Yeah. I that's why I liked The Batman. The Robert Pattinson movie again, because they give Batman enough of a feeling that he's like an unstoppable force, but he doesn't get plot armor in the vein of I can beat everything and win, but more so that like he's always one step behind the Riddler and he's struggling, and then they put him in all of these crazy scenarios that he manages to come out on top when he's clearly sort of an underdog. That just makes you wonder what are the true limits of the superhero, and the movie finds ways to keep pushing that concept further and further, that I felt even the Sammy Raimi movies were able to capture a lot well, using Spider-Man as a catalyst. You know, it's that's why in my eyes those two are like the peak superheroes, because they feel like the underdogs in their own encounters. Even like, you know, when you watch Spider-Man fight, it always feels like he's struggling and he's trying to figure out how he can take down his enemies or whatever. So it's fun. I like the Batman more, mostly because of the detective side that comes with his stories. And like, again, the movie, it's a lot about figuring out the puzzles or what's going on, rather than like, oh my gosh, Ultron is making this idiot float. We must stop it before he drops it and destroys all of the world. I don't know how I feel about Batman's contingency plans. If this is Justice League Doom, I like them in the sense that like it shows a different aspect of the character that's like a necessary evil, because like, you know, and it's like a fun premise for a story. Doing all this other stuff, but I wouldn't be able to know much about it. I'm not really too big into comics or so more of comic book heroes. But yeah, you know, I just like good writing. So like I like you know, there's characters like Mr. Freeze and Batman does have some wider stories. You can go from detective stories to suddenly a cosmic horror to a story, to an action story and stuff. I just feel that the character lends itself a lot to those stories because Batman is one of the few superheroes around that like is more grounded in reality. It allows for an easier way to also place him in these fantastical settings that might just accentuate and like promote how interesting he can be as a story element. Because at the end of the day, they, just like Spider-Man, they frame that Batman's strongest suit is his brain, is his knowledge, his quick thinking, his planning, which is part of the reason I like these two superheroes a lot. I feel like more of how smart are they compared to their enemies, rather than like, I got indestructible power. It's part of the reason I also like Doctor Doom is like my favorite comic book. You will all bow before Doom. And then he, you know, does the funny foot dives. Only time Batman sucks is whenever they make him fight Superman, and it is the lamest idea for both characters. I think that the problem is that from like, yeah, the what are we doing fight, you know, of course Superman has the upper hand with all of his Krypton powers and whatever, but I think it's just that nobody has been found a way to frame the story in an interesting way. I think like the DNA is there for them to fight each other, but the problem is that they usually try and save that for like a big bombastic fight, when I feel the fight should be more about ideals, and so nobody can actually go on swinging, because swinging a punch means you give your opponent like you prove your opponent right type of stuff, you know. I don't know, like it'd be more interesting in a Cold War scenario when they always go into like a fight scenario. Heard of Batman versus TMNT? What? Really? No, I never heard about that. Batman versus TMNT. Wow. That's a close up. I just never really been a Ninja Turtles fan. I think I grew up in that awkward era where like it was in the 80s when they were at their peak and stuff, so like Batman's superpowers is indomitable willpower, spirit, and mind. It's also his greatest weakness. Precisely, that's also why I love him. His strength is also happens to be like his weakness and how enemies exploit it. Well, yeah, I mean, if you had told me before, I wouldn't believe you that the Ninja Turtles were in a show and comic with Batman. It's just that, like, I like Batman. I will sit through Batman, but I don't know how much about the Ninja Turtles. This is where I watched my parents die to Raphael. This is where I watched my parents die, Michelangelo. Oh, a bummer, dude. Dude, Batman was with the Scooby-Doo multiple times. He is that superhero. You know, I mean, I am familiar with Scooby-Doo and Batman, right? Especially because like there was a point in time that both shows were animated by Hanna-Barbera, so the crossover kind of made sense from that perspective. But you know, you're talking to the guy who just read Batman, not Justice League, not Batman and Friends, not Batman and this, just like the Batman cartoon. It was mere instinct when I say that when I saw that sentence. But yeah, Power Rangers? What the fuck? All right. I think I do recall this in passing from visiting the comic book store with my brother one time. Power Rangers versus DC Justice League. I am speechless, actually. I don't know what to say. Is there Kamen Rider? Kamen Rider. No, there's no crossover with Kamen Rider. Yeah, the Power Rangers also had a crossover with the Turtles, and I actually liked the show. And like actually in the show. Oh, wow. Like I did watch a lot of Power Rangers growing up. That's why I am a tokusatsu fan. That and like kaiju movies. But man, this is like something different. Anyways, chat. I'm gonna call it a stream here. It's been quite a while. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Next stream I'll probably excuse me, start with either Unbeatable or DMC5, depending on Gabe. Might try Unbeatable first, just because it's the indie game, and I like to give indie games as much as exposure as my small channel could get them. But yeah, only way I see Soups fighting bats is because of Red Kryptonite, the Red Rage one. What is this? Red Kryptonite? I feel so disconnected. But yeah, no, I'm gonna call it a stream here so I can go do some other things. I gotta do actual work and prep stuff for tomorrow. So with all that said, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate the support. Like I mentioned, the Beyond script is so far like 25 pages long. Most of it has been story because I'm only now actually addressing the gameplay side of things. But I don't expect it to be probably all of these pages. Like I'm trying to just put everything on the table like a throw up sheet, and then I'll go and edit it and then determine what I keep and not in the video in the script, and then I'll send it to a few friends, and then from there we'll record the script and start editing it. I'm very excited. I am very excited to see like to just edit and see how these things come to light. Again, I'll give Beyond the credit that despite the way I feel in the game, it at least gave me the passion to at least go make a video again in some way. So the probably after that I'll determine consider making a video on Crow Country or something like that, just to like test it out. So do also expect a Crow Country stream where I'm just using it as a way to record the game. Fortunately, it's a very short game and I'm very familiar with it, so it wouldn't take us as too long. But yeah, all that said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a nice weekend, everybody.